Laser focus, the Stoic way. Master distraction and achieve your goals fast. Chapter 1. The noise and the signal. Do you feel it? That constant, low-level hum of urgency, the feeling of being perpetually behind, pulled in 1,000 directions at once? It's the ping of the notification, the endless scroll, promising connection but delivering comparison, the mental checklist that grows longer even as you frantically try to tick things off. It's the weight of unread emails, unfinished projects, and the nagging sense that you should be doing more, being more, achieving more. If only you could just focus. You sit down determined. Today's the day you're going to tackle that important project. Write that chapter. Make that call. Finally start that thing you've been dreaming about. You clear your desk, open the document, take a deep breath, and then, ping, a new email. Might be important. Just a quick look. Oh, and while you're there, a quick glance at the news headlines. 20 minutes later, you resurface from a rabbit hole of social media updates and celebrity gossip. The cursor on your important project still blinking patiently, mockingly on an empty page. The initial surge of determination has evaporated, replaced by a familiar cocktail of frustration, guilt, and a creeping sense of overwhelm. Sound familiar? You are not alone. This isn't a personal failing. It's the background radiation of modern life. We live in an age paradoxically defined by unprecedented connection and profound disconnection. We have access to more information, more tools, more opportunities than any generation before us. Yet many of us feel more scattered, stressed, and less in control of our own attention than ever. It's like trying to have a meaningful conversation in the middle of a deafening rock concert. There's just too much noise. The noise isn't just external. The relentless demands of technology, the 24/7 news cycle, the societal pressure to hustle constantly. It's also internal. It's the anxiety about the future, the regret about the past, the self-criticism, the fear of missing out, the restless desire for something else, something more. Our minds, untrained and untamed, often become our own worst distractors, flitting from thought to thought like panicked butterflies. And what's the cost of living amidst this constant static? It's more than just lost productivity, though that's significant. It's the erosion of deep thinking, the shallowing of our relationships, the neglect of our passions. It's the feeling of skimming the surface of life, reacting rather than choosing, being swept along by the current instead of steering our own ship. It's the quiet heartbreak of looking back at a day, a week, a year, and wondering where the time went, wondering why those important goals remain perpetually on the horizon, never quite reached. We mistake activity for accomplishment, busyness for meaning. We chase the urgent and neglect the important, leaving our true potential untapped, our deepest aspirations gathering dust. Is this just the price of progress? Is this scattered reactive state the inevitable consequence of living in the 21st century? Must we resign ourselves to being puppets, dancing on the strings of notifications and fleeting impulses? What if there was another way? What if there was a method, ancient yet startlingly relevant, to cut through the noise and find the signal? A way to reclaim your attention not just for fleeting moments, but as a fundamental way of being. What if you could build an inner fortress of calm and clarity, a place from which you could engage with the world purposefully, effectively, and peacefully, regardless of the chaos swirling outside? There is such a way. It doesn't involve a new app, a complicated life hack, or retreating from the world. It involves turning inward to an operating system for the mind that has been tested in the crucibles of war, politics, and personal adversity for over 2,000 years. It's called Stoicism. Now, perhaps the word Stoic conjures images of emotionless, stiff upper lip types, passively enduring hardship. Forget that caricature. True Stoicism is anything but passive. It's an active, practical philosophy designed for people living in the real, messy world. It was practiced by emperors like Marcus Aurelius, who ruled the Roman Empire while grappling with plague, war, and betrayal. By playwrights and advisors like Seneca, who navigated the treacherous currents of Nero's court. By former slaves like Epictetus, who taught that true freedom lies within, regardless of external circumstances. These weren't academics in ivory towers. They were people in the arena, striving to live lives of meaning, purpose, and resilience amidst challenges far greater than a distracting notification. Why turn to an ancient Greek and Roman philosophy to solve a modern problem like digital distraction? Because Stoicism isn't about specific historical circumstances. It's about the unchanging nature of the human mind and the timeless challenge of living a good life. The sources of our distractions may have changed. Swat the gossip of the Roman Forum for the endless scroll of social media, but the underlying mechanisms of desire, fear, judgment, and the pull of external events remain remarkably consistent. Stoicism offers a robust framework for understanding these inner workings and learning to navigate them with wisdom and skill. It teaches us to distinguish between what we can control and what we cannot. So much of our modern anxiety and distraction comes from agonizing over things utterly outside our sphere of influence. Other people's opinions, global events, the unpredictable future, the unchangeable past. The Stoics saw this as madness, a colossal waste of our most precious resources, our time, our energy, and our attention. They urged us instead to focus relentlessly on the only domain truly ours: our thoughts, our judgments, our choices, our actions. This is the heart of Stoic laser focus. It's not just about shutting out distractions to concentrate on a task, although that's a beneficial side effect. It's deeper than that. It's about intentional direction of your attention based on your values and purpose. It's about consciously choosing where your mind goes, rather than letting it be hijacked by every passing whim, fear, or external demand. It's about cultivating an inner clarity that allows you to see the signal. What truly matters, what aligns with your goals, what contributes to a meaningful life, amidst the deafening noise of the trivial and the transient. Imagine possessing an inner compass that keeps you oriented towards your true north, even when storms rage around you. Imagine being able to face challenges not with panic or despair, but with calm resolve, seeing them as opportunities to practice courage and resilience. Imagine silencing the incessant chatter of anxiety and desire, freeing up vast reserves of mental energy to dedicate to your most important work, your most cherished relationships, your own growth. Imagine trading the frantic, scattered feeling of being constantly behind for a quiet confidence, a sense of purpose, and the deep satisfaction that comes from living deliberately, day by day. This is the promise of Stoicism applied to our modern predicament. It offers a path back to ourselves, a way to build that inner citadel of focus and tranquility. It provides practical tools and mental frameworks, which we will explore in detail throughout this book, to help you understand and manage your internal landscape of thoughts and emotions. Identify and prioritize what truly matters to you. Prepare for and navigate inevitable distractions and obstacles. Cultivate deep, unwavering attention. Align your daily actions with your long-term goals and core values. Build resilience to face setbacks without losing your way. This isn't about becoming unfeeling or detached. It's about becoming undisturbed. It's about achieving a state of inner peace, not as an escape from the world, but as the very foundation from which you engage with it more effectively and meaningfully. It's about transforming your focus from a fragile resource, easily depleted, to a robust, reliable tool you can wield with intention. The journey ahead won't require superhuman willpower, just consistent practice. It's a process of training your mind, much like training your body. It requires patience, honesty, and the courage to look inward. But the rewards are immense. Clarity, purpose, resilience, and the ability to finally cut through the noise and dedicate your precious attention to the things that truly matter. Are you tired of feeling scattered? Are you ready to stop reacting and start choosing? Are you ready to reclaim your focus and direct it towards building a life of purpose and accomplishment? If so, turn the page. Let's begin the work of finding the signal. Chapter 2. Drawing the line in the sand. In the last chapter, we acknowledge that feeling, the constant hum of distraction, the sense of being pulled apart by the relentless noise of modern life. We glimpsed the possibility of finding a clear signal within that static, a path towards focused action and inner calm offered by the ancient wisdom of Stoicism. We ended with a question. Are you ready to begin the work of finding that signal? If your answer is yes, then our journey starts here, with the single most crucial, most practical, and perhaps most liberating principle in the entire Stoic toolkit. It's a concept so fundamental that mastering it is like being handed the key, not just to focus, but to a profound sense of freedom and resilience. It comes to us most clearly from Epictetus, a man who knew a thing or two about adversity. Born a slave in the Roman Empire, lamed by his master, he eventually gained his freedom and became one of the most revered Stoic teachers, advising emperors and common citizens alike. His school wasn't fancy. His insights weren't complex academic theories. They were hard-won truths, forged in the crucible of a life stripped of external comforts and privileges. And at the heart of his teaching lies this simple yet revolutionary idea. Some things are up to us, and some things are not up to us. That's it. Simple, isn't it? Almost deceptively so. But within this straightforward sentence lies the power to completely reframe your relationship with the world. Silence much of your anxiety and unlock the laser focus we're seeking. Epictetus called this understanding the chief task in life. He believed that our happiness, our tranquility, and our ability to act effectively depend entirely on correctly distinguishing between these two categories, drawing a clear line in the sand between what is truly ours to manage and what is not. Let's unpack this. What, according to Epictetus and the Stoics, is actually up to us? What falls entirely within our sphere of direct control? The list is surprisingly short, yet infinitely powerful. Our judgments or opinions, how we interpret events. Not the events themselves, but the meaning we assign to them. Did getting stuck in traffic ruin your day, or was it merely an inconvenient delay? Did that critical feedback crush you, or did you choose to see it as data for improvement? The event is external. The judgment is internal, and therefore up to us. Our impulses or intentions, our desires to pursue something, or our aversions to avoid something. For a fresh perspective, free, in the absolute jazz vibe, we can examine these urges. Do I really need that new gadget, or is it a fleeting desire? Should I act on this flash of anger, or choose a different response? We can choose which impulses to assent to and act upon. Our actions, or willingness to act, the choices we make, the efforts we put forth, whether we get out of bed when the alarm rings, whether we make the difficult phone call, whether we sit down to do the focused work, whether we speak kindly or harshly. The outcome of the action might not be up to us, but the initiation of the action, the willing effort, absolutely is. Think about it. These things, your judgments, your intentions, your actions, reside entirely within your own mind. No one can force you to hold a particular opinion. No one can compel you to desire something you choose not to desire. No external circumstance can, ultimately, dictate your chosen response or prevent you from trying. This is your inner citadel, the domain where you are sovereign. Now, what about the other side of the line? What is not up to us? Pretty much everything else. Our bodies. While we can influence our health through diet and exercise, controllable actions, we don't ultimately control whether we get sick, injured, or how we age. These are subject to genetics, accidents, and the natural course of life. Our property and possessions. We can work to acquire things, action, but whether we keep them, due to market crashes, theft, natural disasters, is not guaranteed. Our reputation. We can act virtuously and honestly, action, but we cannot control what others think or say about us. Their opinions are their judgments, not ours. External events, the weather, the economy, political situations, traffic jams, pandemics, whether the train arrives on time, these are clearly outside our direct control. Other people's actions. We can influence others through our own behavior, but we cannot force them to act, think, or feel a certain way. Their choices are up to them. The outcomes of our actions. This is a crucial one. We control the effort, the intention, the action itself. We do not control the result. You can prepare diligently for a presentation, up to you, but you can't guarantee the audience's reaction or whether you get the contract. Not up to you. You can plant the seeds and water the garden, up to you, but you can't control the weather or guarantee a bountiful harvest. Not up to you. The Stoics called these external things indifference, not because they didn't matter at all, but because they were indifferent to our moral character and our inner peace. Our well-being, our tranquility, our ability to live a good life, they argued, should never depend on things we don't control. Why is making this distinction so vital for cutting through the noise and finding focus? Because, as Epictetus warned, what upsets people is not things themselves, but their judgments about things. And, crucially, most of our anxiety, frustration, anger, and distraction arises precisely from confusing these two categories. We suffer because we desperately try to control things that are inherently uncontrollable. We fume about the traffic instead of accepting it and choosing our response, like listening to a podcast or practicing patience. We obsess over gaining others' approval instead of focusing on acting with integrity. We become paralyzed by the fear of failure and outcome instead of concentrating on putting in our best effort and action. We waste precious mental energy wishing reality were different, wishing our bodies didn't age, wishing people agreed with us, wishing the past could be changed. This internal struggle against reality, this attempt to command the uncontrollable, is exhausting. It's a constant source of mental static, a drain on our attention. It's like trying to steer the wind or command the tides. Futile, frustrating, and guaranteed to pull your focus away from where it can actually make a difference: your own choices and actions. Imagine an archer. A skilled archer understands the dichotomy of control intuitively. What is up to her? Selecting the right bow and arrow, maintaining her equipment, practicing her stance, controlling her breathing, aiming carefully, executing a smooth release. These things are within her power. What is not up to her? A sudden gust of wind, a hidden flaw in the arrow shaft, the target suddenly moving, whether the arrow hits the precise bullseye. The wise archer focuses intensely on her controllable inputs, the process of the shot. She accepts that the outcome, while desired, is not entirely within her control. She finds satisfaction in executing the shot well, regardless of where the arrow lands. The unskilled or anxious archer, however, obsesses over hitting the bullseye. She worries about the wind, frets about her reputation, tightens up, and her focus on the process falters. Her energy is misplaced, scattered by factors she cannot command. We are all archers aiming at various targets in life: career goals, personal projects, better habits. The Stoic insight is to shift our primary focus from hitting the bullseye, the outcome not fully up to us, to perfecting the shot, our preparation, intention, and action, which are up to us. This shift isn't about resignation or apathy. It's not about giving up on our goals. Quite the opposite. It's about liberating ourselves from the anxiety of the uncontrollable so we can pour all our energy into the controllable. When you truly internalize that you cannot control external events or outcomes, a huge burden lifts. You stop wasting time and mental bandwidth on worry, frustration, and regret concerning things outside your command. That freed up energy, that reclaimed attention, can then be channeled with laser-like precision into your judgments, your choices, and your actions. The only things that can actually shape your experience and move you towards your goals. This understanding brings a profound sense of freedom. You realize that your peace of mind doesn't have to be hostage to external circumstances. Whether it rains or shines, whether you get the promotion or not, whether someone approves of you or not, your inner tranquility, your ability to act virtuously remains untouched, provided you keep your focus on what is yours. This is the bedrock of Stoic resilience. So, how do we start applying this powerful principle right now? How do we begin drawing that line in the sand in our own lives? Let's try a simple but revealing exercise: the worry audit. Take a piece of paper or open a new note. For the next 5 minutes, simply list everything that is currently causing you stress, anxiety, or consuming your mental energy. Don't filter, just write. It could be big things: job security, a health concern, a relationship issue, or small things: an upcoming deadline, an annoying coworker, the mess in the kitchen. Got your list? Now, go through each item one by one and honestly categorize it. Is this fundamentally up to me? My judgments, my intentions, my actions related to this. Is this fundamentally not up to me? External events, other people's actions, outcomes, things in the past or distant future. Be rigorous. For example, giving a great presentation involves elements of both. The preparation, the practice, the effort you put in, that's up to me. The audience's reaction, whether you get the deal, whether the projector works, that's not up to me. The key is to disentangle the two. Similarly, my health involves controllable actions, diet, exercise, checkups, and uncontrollable factors, genetics, accidents. Focus on the action part as up to me, and accept the rest as not up to me. Once you've categorized your list, take a moment to reflect. Where is most of your mental energy currently being spent? On the up to me column or the not up to me column? How much of your distraction and anxiety stems from focusing on things you cannot actually control? What would it feel like to consciously shift your focus as much as possible towards the items in the up to me column? What specific actions could you take right now related to those items? For the items in the not up to me column, Can you practice acceptance? Can you acknowledge they are outside your control and consciously withdraw your anxious energy from them? This simple audit can be incredibly illuminating. It reveals how often we mentally wrestle with the uncontrollable, fueling our own stress and scattering our focus. The goal isn't to magically stop caring about outcomes or external events. It's to recognize where our true power lies, in our responses, our efforts, our choices, and to direct our precious attention accordingly. Drawing this line in the sand, clearly distinguishing between what is yours to command and what is not, is the foundational practice for building Stoic focus. It clears the mental clutter. It reduces anxiety. It empowers you by highlighting your sphere of agency. It is the essential first step in silencing the noise and tuning into the signal of purposeful action. Master this, truly internalize it, and you've already won half the battle against distraction. You've started building your inner citadel. Chapter 3. Understanding your inner citadel. Thoughts, judgments, and assent. In the last chapter, we drew a crucial line in the sand with the dichotomy of control. We recognized the immense freedom and power that comes from focusing our energy on what is truly up to us, our judgments, intentions, and actions, while learning to accept what lies outside that sphere. This distinction is the bedrock, the outer wall of the inner fortress we seek to build against the onslaught of distraction. Now, we venture inside that fortress. We turn our attention to the command center itself, the very heart of what is up to us, our own mind and how it processes the world. If the dichotomy of control tells us where to focus our efforts, understanding our mind tells us how that focus actually works and how it so often gets hijacked. The Stoics had a remarkably sophisticated understanding of human psychology. They saw our mind, our rational faculty, what they called the hegemonikon or ruling faculty, as the core of our being. This isn't just the capacity for logical thought. It's the command center that perceives, interprets, chooses, and directs. It's the seat of our consciousness, the place where we experience life, and crucially, they recognized a distinct process through which we interact with the world, a process that holds the key to managing our reactions and maintaining our focus. It unfolds in roughly 3 stages. First stage is impression, fantasia. This is the raw data hitting your senses or bubbling up from your memory or imagination. It's the sound of a car horn, the sight of an email notification, the feeling of warmth from the sun, the memory of a past mistake, the sudden thought, I'm not good enough. These impressions arrive constantly, unbidden. At this initial stage, the Stoics argued they are neutral, just raw information, like incoming signals on a radar screen. A car horn is just a sound. A notification is just a visual cue. A thought is just a mental event. They don't inherently possess meaning or value. Yet. Second stage is judgment, synkatathesis, assent. This is the critical, game-changing step. This is where the hegemonikon, your ruling faculty, gets involved. You take that raw impression and you interpret it. You assign value and meaning. You decide whether it's good, bad, threatening, desirable, important, trivial, insulting, or praiseworthy. The car horn isn't just a sound. It becomes, "That idiot nearly hit me." Judgment, threatening, bad. The email notification isn't just a visual cue. It becomes, "Oh no, more urgent work from the boss." Or maybe it's good news. Judgment, threatening bad or desirable good. The thought, "I'm not good enough," isn't just a mental event. It becomes accepted as truth. Judgment, bad, true. This stage, the assigning of judgment, the giving of assent, is entirely up to us. This is where we exercise our power. Third stage is impulse, horme. Based on the judgment we've just made, an impulse arises, an urge to act or react. If we judge something as good or desirable, we feel an impulse to pursue it, to move towards it. If we judge something as bad or threatening, we feel an impulse of aversion, to avoid it, push it away, or attack it. That judgment, "That idiot nearly hit me," leads to an impulse of anger, maybe an urge to honk back or shout. The judgment, "More urgent work," leads to an impulse of anxiety or avoidance. The acceptance of "I'm not good enough" leads to an impulse of withdrawal, sadness, or procrastination. These impulses then often translate into our external actions or inactions. Understanding this flow, impression, judgment, impulse, is revolutionary because it pinpoints exactly where things go wrong and exactly where we can intervene. Remember Epictetus's stark warning. What upsets people is not things themselves, but their judgments about things. It's not the external event, the impression, that causes our anger, anxiety, fear, or distraction. It's the meaning we assign to it, the judgment. Think about it. Imagine two people receive the exact same piece of critical feedback on a project. Person A judges it as, "This is devastating. I failed. My boss thinks I'm incompetent. This proves I'm not cut out for this job." The resulting impulse is likely shame, anxiety, perhaps a desire to avoid the boss or abandon the project. Their focus is shattered, consumed by negative emotion. Person B receives the same feedback but judges it differently. Okay, this feedback highlights areas for improvement. It's useful data. My boss took the time to provide specifics, which shows they're invested. This is an opportunity to learn and make the project stronger. The resulting impulse is likely curiosity, determination, and a desire to engage with the feedback constructively. Their focus remains intact, perhaps even sharpened, directed towards positive action. The external event, the feedback, was identical. The difference in emotional response, focus, and subsequent action stemmed entirely from the internal judgment each person applied. This happens countless times every day. The traffic jam isn't inherently stressful. Our judgment, "This is terrible. I'm going to be late. My day is ruined," creates the stress. The social media post showing someone's perfect vacation isn't inherently envy-inducing. Our judgment, "Their life is so much better than mine. I'm missing out," creates the envy. Now, here's the rub. Most of us, most of the time, collapse the space between impression and judgment. We operate on autopilot. An impression hits, and we instantly slap a label on it, usually based on ingrained habits, past experiences, or societal conditioning. We don't consciously choose our judgment. We simply react. Ping goes the phone. Instant judgment. Must check. Impulse. Grab the phone. Action. Focus derailed. Someone cuts us off in traffic. Instant judgment. Inconsiderate jerk. Impulse, anger. Action, blood pressure spikes. Focus shifts from driving safely to internal fuming. This automatic, unexamined assent to our initial impressions is the breeding ground for emotional turmoil and the thief of our focus. We become puppets pulled by the strings of fleeting thoughts and external stimuli because we haven't learned to step into that crucial space between impression and judgment. So how do we reclaim control? How do we stop being reactive and start being responsive? The Stoics offered a simple, powerful technique: the pause. Imagine your mind is the gatekeeper of a city, your inner citadel. Impressions are visitors arriving constantly at the gate. The untrained gatekeeper throws the gates open for everyone, letting in rumors, panic mongers, and trivial distractions, alongside genuine messengers. The city is soon in chaos. The Stoic trained gatekeeper, however, pauses. When a visitor, an impression, arrives, they halt them at the gate and ask, "Who are you and what is your business? Are you what you appear to be?" This pause creates a vital buffer zone. It's a moment of conscious awareness inserted between the raw data, impression, and our interpretation, judgment. In that space, we have the opportunity to examine the impression objectively before we decide whether to accept its initial appearance or assign it a specific meaning. How do we use this pause effectively? How do we examine the visitors at the gate? First, practice objective description. Try to see the impression for what it is, stripped of your immediate emotional reaction or value judgment. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, was a master of this. He advised himself to break things down into their component parts. Is this fancy dish causing desire? What is it really? Dead fish? Dead bird? Dead pig? Perhaps some fermented grape juice. Is this luxurious purple robe so impressive? It's just sheep's wool dyed with the blood of shellfish. This isn't cynicism. It's a technique to strip away the subjective layer of judgment. This is amazing / terrible / desirable, and see the objective reality. This is simply X. When that email notification pops up, pause. Objectively describe a visual indicator signifying a new electronic message has arrived. That's it. Not urgent demand, not potential disaster, not exciting news, just data. When someone frowns at you, pause. Objectively describe the muscles in their forehead and around their mouth contracted. Not, they are angry at me or I did something wrong. Just an observation. This objective description cools the immediate emotional heat and allows your rational mind, your hegemonicon, to step forward. Second, test the impression against your principles. Ask questions during the pause. Is this impression telling me the truth? Is my initial interpretation accurate or just a habitual reaction? Does this relate to something up to me or not up to me? Applying the dichotomy of control. If it's not up to me, like someone else's opinion or an external event? Why am I assigning it a strong negative or positive judgment? Why am I letting it disturb my peace or hijack my focus? Is assenting to this impression helpful? Will judging this situation as terrible help me deal with it effectively? Will believing the thought, "I can't do this," help me achieve my goal? What would be a more rational, more helpful judgment? This examination allows you to consciously choose your judgment rather than automatically accepting the first one that pops into your head. You become the master of your interpretations, not their slave. To aid in this process, particularly when feeling overwhelmed or losing perspective, the Stoics employed a powerful visualization technique, often called the view from above, or Plato's view. Marcus Aurelius frequently alluded to this practice in his meditations. Imagine yourself floating upwards, leaving your immediate surroundings. See the room you're in, then the building, then your neighborhood, your city spread out below like a map. Float higher still, seeing your country, the continent, the curve of the earth, blue oceans and swirling clouds. Go further, seeing the earth as a small marble hanging in the vast darkness of space, the sun a distant star, our galaxy one among billions. From this cosmic perspective, look back at your initial problem, your worry, your distraction. See yourself a tiny speck on a tiny planet, grappling with this issue. What does this perspective shift do? It shrinks problems. That huge deadline, that terrible insult, that overwhelming task suddenly appears much smaller in the grand scheme of things. Its perceived importance diminishes dramatically. It fosters objectivity. Detached from the immediate emotional heat of the situation, you can see it more clearly, more rationally. It helps strip away the ego-driven judgments. This is an affront to me, and see the event more neutrally. It connects us. It reminds us that we are part of something vast and interconnected. Human history, the natural world, the cosmos. This can lessen feelings of isolation and put personal anxieties into a broader context. It clarifies priorities. From this vantage point, the truly important things, our character, our relationships, our core purpose, stand out more clearly against the backdrop of trivialities that often consume our daily focus. Practicing the view from above, even for just a minute or two when you feel overwhelmed or distracted, can instantly recalibrate your perspective and help you re-engage with your chosen focus with renewed calm and clarity. Mastering distraction, then, isn't just about silencing your phone or closing browser tabs, though those external actions help. The real battle and the real victory lies within. It's about understanding the flow of your own mind, impression, judgment, impulse. It's about cultivating the habit of the pause, creating that crucial space for conscious thought. It's about rigorously examining your judgments, stripping them down to objective reality, and testing them against reason and the dichotomy of control. And it's about using tools like the view from above to maintain perspective when the immediate pressures feel overwhelming. This is how you fortify your inner citadel, not by building thicker walls to keep the world out, but by training the gatekeeper, your ruling faculty, to wisely manage what comes in and how it is interpreted. Each time you pause, each time you question a judgment, each time you consciously choose a rational response over a knee-jerk reaction, you strengthen that inner command center. You become less susceptible to the random pings and urges that derail others. You reclaim your attention, not as something fragile to be guarded, but as a power to be directed purposefully. Start practicing the pause today, even for small things. It's the next essential step on the path to laser focus, the Stoic way. Chapter 4: The Twin Thieves of Focus, Desire and Aversion. We've ventured into the inner citadel, the command center of the mind. We've seen how impressions hit us like incoming messengers, and how our crucial power lies in that space where we pause, examine, and apply judgment before giving assent. We learned that it's not events themselves, but our judgments about them that shape our reality, fuel our emotions, and ultimately direct our focus, or allow it to be scattered to the winds. Now, we zoom in on the direct consequences of those judgments, the powerful impulses of desire and aversion. Think of these as twin engines within you. Desire pulls you towards things you judge to be good or beneficial. Aversion pushes you away from things you judge to be bad or harmful. When these engines are aligned with rational judgments and focused on what truly matters, they provide the motivation and drive to pursue meaningful goals and live a virtuous life. They become forces for focused action. But what happens when these powerful engines are hitched to faulty judgments? What happens when we desperately desire things that are ultimately outside our control, or live in constant fear of things that are either inevitable or similarly beyond our command? The result is inner turmoil, a constant state of agitation, and a catastrophic drain on our ability to focus. Misdirected desire and aversion become the twin thieves that relentlessly steal our attention and peace of mind. Let's look closer at how they operate, remembering the crucial distinction from Chapter 2, the line between what is up to us and what is not up to us. The tyranny of misplaced desire. We desire things we judge as good. What do most people typically label as good? Wealth, possessions, status, praise, pleasure, health, attractive partners, exciting experiences. Notice a pattern? Nearly all of these are externals. They fall squarely into the category of things not up to us. We can influence them through our actions, yes, but we cannot ultimately guarantee them. When our desire engine is fixated on these externals, what happens to our focus? Restlessness and daydreaming. We're constantly thinking about what we don't have. Our minds drift away from the present task, fantasizing about future riches, imagining the perfect vacation, craving the next dopamine hit from a purchase or a social media notification. The now becomes merely a tedious obstacle on the path to some future desired state. Focus on the present task feels impossible when the mind is constantly elsewhere. Envy and comparison. We look at others who seem to possess what we desire: the bigger house, the better job, the seemingly perfect life portrayed online, and we feel envy, inadequacy, and resentment. This comparison game is a black hole for mental energy, pulling our focus away from our own path and our own controllable actions. Anxiety and fear of missing out, FOMO, the desperate desire for externals, breeds a constant anxiety about not getting them or losing them once we have them. Will I get that promotion? What if my investments tank? Am I missing out on that amazing party everyone's talking about? This undercurrent of anxiety makes sustained, calm focus incredibly difficult. We're too busy worrying about potential future lack, chasing fleeting pleasures. Desire often latches on to immediate gratification. The urge to check social media, eat junk food, binge watch another episode, seek novel stimulation. These provide temporary relief or pleasure, but pull us away from deeper, more meaningful work that requires sustained attention. We trade long-term fulfillment for short-term fixes, constantly derailing our own best intentions. Misplaced desire keeps us perpetually dissatisfied, always looking outside ourselves for the next thing that will finally make us happy, finally allow us to feel content. It's a recipe for scattered attention and a life spent chasing horizons that constantly recede. The paralysis of misplaced aversion. Aversion is the flip side of the coin. We feel aversion towards things we judge as bad: poverty, pain, sickness, criticism, failure, loss, discomfort. Again, notice the pattern. These are largely externals or inevitable aspects of the human condition, things not up to us. When our aversion engine is running rampant, driven by judgments that these externals are catastrophic evils to be avoided at all costs, how does it impact our focus? Fear and worry. We become consumed by what-ifs. What if I fail? What if I get sick? What if people disapprove? What if I lose my job? This constant loop of fearful anticipation paralyzes our ability to act decisively and focus on the present. Our mental bandwidth is occupied by imagining negative scenarios, many of which will never materialize. Avoidance and procrastination, tasks that seem difficult, uncomfortable, or carry a risk of failure, judged as bad, avoidance, becomes subject to intense aversion. We put off the important phone call, delay starting the challenging project, avoid constructive criticism. This avoidance provides temporary relief from discomfort, but sabotages our progress and keeps us stuck, unable to focus on moving forward. Dwelling on the past. Aversion can keep us tethered to past pains, regrets, or perceived injustices. We replay negative events in our minds, fueling resentment or sadness, preventing us from fully engaging with the present moment and focusing on future possibilities. Resistance to reality. We fight against things we cannot change, wishing away an illness, denying a setback, refusing to accept criticism. This resistance is exhausting and futile. consuming energy that could be directed towards productive action and focused problem solving within the bounds of what is controllable. Misplaced aversion traps us in a cycle of fear and avoidance. It makes us shrink from challenges, resist reality, and live under a constant cloud of anxiety, making deep, calm focus feel like an impossible dream. The Stoic solution: examination and reevaluation. So, if these powerful engines of desire and aversion, when misdirected towards externals, are such potent thieves of our focus and peace, what can we do? The Stoic approach isn't about crushing these impulses or pretending we don't have preferences. That would be unnatural and ultimately ineffective. Instead, it's about applying the wisdom we've already gained. Pause, examine, and judge rationally. When you feel the pull of a strong desire or the push of a strong aversion, activate the gatekeeper we met in the last chapter. Pause. Don't just react to the impulse. Create that space. Then, examine the desire or aversion. Identify clearly. What exactly am I desiring right now? What exactly am I trying to avoid? For example, I desire praise for this report. I fear messing up this presentation. Trace the judgment. What underlying judgment is fueling this feeling? What have I labeled as good or bad here? For example, judgment: praise is good and essential. Judgment: messing up is terrible and proves incompetence. Apply the dichotomy of control. Is the object of my desire aversion truly up to me or not up to me? Praise is not up to me. Avoiding all mistakes is not up to me, though preparing well is. Question the judgment's validity. Is this judgment actually true and helpful? Is praise essential for my worth or well-being? Is making a mistake truly catastrophic, or is it a learning opportunity? Is this external thing really the ultimate good or the ultimate evil? Assess the impact. Is pursuing this desire or fleeing this aversion contributing to my long-term goals, my character, my inner peace, what the Stoics called eudaimonia, human flourishing? Or is it merely creating inner turmoil and distracting me? This process of examination allows us to see our desires and aversions clearly, often revealing them to be based on irrational judgments about things outside our control. Working with indifference, preferred versus dispreferred. This is where a crucial Stoic concept comes in handy: indifference. As we discussed, things outside our direct control, health, wealth, reputation, pain, etc., are called indifference because they are indifferent to our core moral character and our ability to live virtuously and achieve tranquility. Our happiness doesn't depend on them. However, the Stoics were realists. They understood that while these things don't determine our fundamental well-being, some are naturally preferable to others. It's perfectly natural to prefer health over sickness, wealth over poverty, a good reputation over a bad one. These are preferred indifference. Conversely, sickness, poverty, and ill repute are dispreferred indifference. What's the difference between desiring something and preferring it? It's all about attachment and judgment. Desire misplaced. I must have X. a preferred indifferent to be happy, successful, okay. It would be terrible if I didn't get it. This leads to anxiety, desperation, and disappointment. Preference. I would prefer X, and I will take reasonable, virtuous actions to achieve it. However, my well-being and virtue do not depend on obtaining it. If I don't get it, I will accept that outcome calmly and continue to act virtuously. This allows for calm, focused action without crippling attachment to the outcome. Similarly, for aversions. Aversion misplaced. Why? A dispreferred indifferent must not happen. It would be unbearable. This leads to fear, avoidance, and panic. Dispreference. I would prefer that Y doesn't happen, and I will take reasonable, virtuous actions to prevent it where possible. However, if it does happen, I know it doesn't destroy my character or my ability to respond virtuously. I will face it with courage and resilience. Learning to view externals as preferred or dispreferred indifference rather than absolute goods or evils is key to taming the twin thieves. You can still aim for preferred outcomes and try to avoid dispreferred ones, but you do so with a sense of detachment, knowing your core self remains unharmed regardless of the result. This frees up immense mental energy previously consumed by desperate wanting and fearful avoidance, allowing for much greater focus on your controllable actions. This leads to the Stoic ideal of apatheia. This word is often misunderstood today as apathy or emotionless indifference, but for the Stoics, apatheia meant freedom from pathos, freedom from disturbing, irrational passions and emotions born of false judgments. It wasn't about feeling nothing. It was about not being controlled by unhealthy attachments and aversions. It was a state of calm equanimity, clarity, and resilience, born from understanding what truly matters and what doesn't. Redirecting the engines, the true north of virtue. If we shouldn't passionately desire externals or feel crippling aversion towards them, where should we direct those powerful engines? The Stoics had a clear answer. Virtue. The only things truly good, the only things worth desiring with our whole being, are the qualities of our own character. Wisdom. Understanding the world correctly, distinguishing good, bad, and indifferent. Justice. Treating others fairly and with kindness, fulfilling our duties to the human community. Courage. Facing challenges, pain, and fear rationally and resiliently. Temperance. Moderating our desires and impulses, maintaining self-control. These are entirely up to us. No one can force you to be unjust or cowardly. No external event can strip you of your inner wisdom or temperance if you choose to cultivate them. Similarly, the only things truly bad, the only things worth genuine aversion, are the opposites: folly, injustice, cowardice, indulgence, failures of our own character. When you redirect your desire towards acting virtuously in the present moment and your aversion towards acting shamefully, your focus naturally sharpens. Why? Because your motivation is now aligned with what you can actually do right here, right now. Instead of desiring praise, external, you desire to do your work diligently and well, internal virtue. Your focus stays on the task. Instead of fearing failure, external outcome, you feel aversion towards laziness or giving less than your best effort, internal vice. Your focus stays on the process. Instead of desiring wealth, external, you desire to act justly and contribute value, internal virtue. Your focus stays on meaningful action. Instead of fearing criticism, external, you feel aversion towards reacting defensively or unfairly, internal vice. Your focus stays on responding wisely. Taming the thieves in daily life. How can you start practicing this today? Become aware. Pay attention to the pulls of desire and the pushes of aversion throughout your day. When does your mind wander? When do you feel anxious or restless? What external good are you chasing? What external bad are you fearing? Pause and examine. When you notice a strong desire or aversion related to an external, hit the pause button. Ask yourself the examination questions. Is this truly good, bad, or just an indifferent, I prefer, disprefer? Reframe. Consciously label the object of your desire or aversion as a preferred indifferent or dispreferred indifferent. Remind yourself that your well-being doesn't depend on it. Shift focus to action. Ask, what is the virtuous action available to me right now, regardless of the outcome? Redirect your attention and energy to doing that controllable action. Practice gratitude. Regularly reflect on what you do have, particularly the internal resources, your reason, your ability to choose, rather than focusing on external things you lack or might lose. Taming the twin thieves of desire and aversion isn't about achieving a state devoid of preference or feeling. It's about reclaiming control over your inner world. It's about understanding what truly deserves your energy and passion, and what is merely an external circumstance to be navigated wisely. By examining your judgments, understanding indifference, and redirecting your focus towards virtuous action in the present moment, you starve these thieves of their power. You quiet the inner turmoil they create, clearing the space needed for the calm, sustained, laser focus required to achieve your goals and live a life of purpose and tranquility. Chapter 5. Expecting turbulence, preparing your mind with premeditatio malorum. In our journey so far, we've explored the foundations of Stoic focus. We've learned to draw the line between what we control and what we don't, the dichotomy of control. We've peered into the command center of our minds, understanding how impressions, judgments, and impulses shape our experience, and we've begun the work of taming the twin thieves of misplaced desire and aversion that constantly try to hijack our attention and create inner turmoil. By practicing these principles, we start to quiet the internal static, creating a calmer, more stable base from which to operate. But let's be realistic. Life isn't lived in a vacuum-sealed chamber of perfect tranquility. Even with a well-managed inner world, the external world will inevitably intrude. Obstacles will arise, distractions will occur. Our own internal landscape, while calmer, won't suddenly become immune to flickers of frustration boredom, or temptation. Smooth sailing is pleasant, but unrealistic to expect constantly. Turbulence is part of the journey. So, how do we prepare for the inevitable bumps, interruptions, and setbacks that threaten to derail our focus just when we feel like we're hitting our stride? How do we ensure that the first sign of difficulty doesn't send us spiraling off course? The Stoics had a specific, powerful, and perhaps surprising answer: premeditatio malorum, which translates roughly as the premeditation of evils, or more broadly, the premeditation of difficulties. This might sound strange, even morbid, to modern ears accustomed to relentless positivity. Aren't we supposed to visualize success, affirm positive outcomes, and banish all negative thoughts? The Stoics took a different, more pragmatic approach. They believed that contemplating potential difficulties in advance was not an act of pessimism, but a crucial act of preparation and psychological inoculation. As the philosopher Seneca, advisor to Emperor Nero and a prominent Stoic writer, put it, "What is quite unlooked for is more crushing in its effect, and unexpectedness adds to the weight of a disaster. This is a reason for ensuring that nothing ever takes us by surprise. We should project our thoughts ahead of us at every turn and have in mind every possible eventuality instead of only the usual course of events. Rehearse them in your mind: exile, torture, war, shipwreck. All the terms of our human lot should be before our eyes." Now, Seneca wasn't suggesting we wallow in misery or live in constant fear. His point was strategic. By calmly considering what could go wrong, from major life events down to the minor frustrations of daily life, we rob those events of their power to shock and overwhelm us if they occur. Think of it like a fire drill. Practicing evacuation routes when there is no fire might seem unnecessary, but it ensures that if a real fire breaks out, people don't panic. They know what to do. They react more calmly and effectively because they have mentally and physically rehearsed the scenario. Premeditatio malorum is a mental fire drill for the challenges of life and, specifically for our purposes, the challenges to our focus. Why is this practice so effective? It reduces the shock factor. Unexpected setbacks hit us hardest. An interruption we didn't anticipate feels jarring, derailing our train of thought completely. A technical glitch we never considered throws us into a panic. By contemplating potential obstacles beforehand, we remove the element of surprise. If the difficulty arises, our reaction is less likely to be, "Oh no, disaster," and more likely to be, "Ah, yes, I considered this might happen. Here's my plan." It builds psychological resilience. Just as a vaccine exposes the body to a weakened form of a virus to build immunity, contemplating difficulties builds mental resilience. By facing potential problems in our minds, we develop the fortitude to handle them more effectively when they manifest in reality. We become less fragile, less easily knocked off balance. It fosters gratitude. Thinking about what could go wrong often highlights how much is currently going right. Contemplating the possibility of losing internet access makes you appreciate the smooth connection you have now. Imagining a major interruption can make you grateful for the current quiet moment. This gratitude can fuel motivation and appreciation, for the opportunity to focus. It encourages proactive planning. When you think about what might disrupt your focus, you naturally start thinking about preventative measures. If I anticipate calls might distract me, maybe I should put my phone on silent. If I know I get tempted by social media, perhaps I should use a website blocker during my work block. Premeditation prompts practical solutions. It reinforces the dichotomy of control. The practice forces you to distinguish clearly. The potential obstacle, example, a colleague interrupting, is an external event, not up to you. Your response to that obstacle, example, politely setting a boundary and returning to work, is entirely up to you. Premeditation is largely about planning and rehearsing that controllable response. Applying premeditation specifically to laser focus, while Seneca might have focused on exile and shipwreck, we can apply this powerful technique directly to the everyday enemies of focus. Anticipating external distractions. Before you start a focused work session, take a minute to think. What are the likely external interruptions? Phone calls or notifications, texts, emails, social media alerts, colleagues or family members needing your attention, unexpected urgent requests landing in your inbox, environmental noise, construction, loud neighbors, technical glitches, internet outage, software crash. Anticipating internal distractions. Be honest with yourself. What inner states tend to pull you off track? Sudden urges to check email, news or social media, feelings of boredom, restlessness or frustration with the task, intrusive worries or anxieties about other things, self-doubt or the voice of the inner critic. I can't do this. This isn't good enough. Physical discomfort, hunger, thirst, fatigue, needing to stretch, temptation to switch to an easier, less important task. Anticipating setbacks. What roadblocks might you hit in the task or project itself? Realizing you need information you don't have. Hitting a difficult section that requires more effort than expected. Making a mistake that requires backtracking. Receiving negative or confusing feedback. Simply running out of creative energy or motivation temporarily. How to practice premeditation for focus. A step-by-step guide. This isn't about spending hours dwelling on negativity. It's a brief, targeted, strategic exercise. Here's how to integrate it. Schedule it. Make it a regular habit. Perhaps spend 5 minutes each morning planning your day, or 2 minutes before starting a specific block of focused work. Define your focus. Be clear about the task or time period you want to protect. I will focus solely on writing the project report from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Brainstorm obstacles. Ask yourself honestly, during this specific time, what could realistically happen to pull me off track? List 3 to 5 likely internal and external possibilities based on past experience and current circumstances. Don't catastrophize wildly. Focus on probable friction. Visualize briefly. For each potential obstacle, quickly imagine it occurring. See the notification pop up. Feel the urge to procrastinate. Hear the colleague approaching your desk. Just a brief mental snapshot. Plan your calm response. The key step. This is where the magic happens. For each potential obstacle, decide in advance exactly how you intend to respond in a way that aligns with Stoic principles. Calm, rational, virtuous, and brings you back to focus quickly. Examples. Obstacle. Email notification pops up. Planned response. Acknowledge its presence without opening it. Silently reaffirm. My focus is on the report until 11 a.m. I will check email later. Gently redirect gaze back to the report. Obstacle. Feeling bored or restless. Planned response. Acknowledge the feeling without judgment. Okay, boredom is present. Take 3 slow breaths. Remind myself of the purpose of this task. Commit to just 5 more minutes, then reassess. Or stand up and stretch briefly, then immediately return. Obstacle. Colleague interrupts with a non-urgent question. Planned response. Make eye contact. Smile briefly. Say calmly, "Hey, name, I'm in deep focus mode right now until 11. Can I catch up with you right after that?" Immediately turn back to work. Crucially, follow up later as promised. This builds trust. Obstacle. Hitting a difficult part of the task. Planned response. Acknowledge the difficulty. This part requires more thought. Apply objective description. Remind myself effort is controllable. Outcome isn't guaranteed. Break it down into the smallest possible next step and focus solely on that step. Obstacle. Urge to check news website. Planned response. Notice the urge. Label it. Urge to seek distraction. Remind myself this doesn't align with my intention for this block. Gently but firmly redirect attention back to the task, perhaps taking a sip of water as a physical anchor. Mentally rehearse. Quickly visualize yourself executing that planned response. See yourself calmly letting the phone ring, acknowledging the urge without acting, politely setting the boundary, breaking down the difficult task. This mental rehearsal makes the desired response more automatic if the situation occurs. Crucially, this isn't worrying, it's strategic rehearsal. It's vital to distinguish premeditatio malorum from unproductive worrying. Worrying is typically vague, repetitive, emotionally charged, and focused on potential negative outcomes you often can't control. What if everything goes wrong? Premeditation is specific, rational, calm, and focused on planning your controllable response to potential obstacles. Worry paralyzes. Premeditation empowers. Worry drains focus. Premeditation protects it. Exercise your focused work pre-mortem. Let's make this immediately practical. Think about a specific block of time in the next day or two where you intend to do focused work. Define what is the task. When will you do it? E.g., writing Chapter 6 tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Anticipate. List 3 to 5 potential distractions or obstacles, internal or external, that might realistically arise during that specific time. E.g., 1. Phone notification buzzes. E.g., 2. Feeling stuck on a paragraph. E.g., 3. Family member asks a question. E.g., 4. Urge to quickly check social media. Plan response. For each item on your list, write down your specific, calm, focus-preserving planned response. E.g., 1. Phone buzz. Glance to see if urgent, predefined criteria. If not, ignore. Reaffirm focus mentally. E.g., 2. Stuck. Take 3 breaths. Reread previous paragraph. Write just 1 sentence, even imperfectly. E.g. 3. Question: I'm focusing right now. Can we talk at specific time, e.g. lunch? Return gaze to work. E.g. 4. Acknowledge urge. Remind self of commitment. Take sip of water. Refocus on writing task. Visualize. Take 30 seconds to mentally picture each obstacle occurring and see yourself executing your planned response smoothly and calmly. By doing this brief pre-mortem, you're not inviting disaster. You're preparing your mind to handle the friction of reality. You're turning potential points of failure into opportunities to practice resilience and reinforce your commitment to focus. Premeditatio malorum is your shield against the unexpected arrows of distraction. It acknowledges that the path to achieving your goals won't always be smooth, but equips you with the mental preparedness to navigate the turbulence. By expecting difficulties and planning your response, you significantly increase your chances of staying on course, maintaining your focus, and reaching your destination with your inner calm intact. Embrace this Stoic strategy, prepare for the storm, and you'll be far better equipped to sail through it. Chapter 6. The Watchful Guardian. Prosoche, the Stoic art of attention. In the last chapter, we confronted the reality of turbulence. We learned the Stoic strategy of premeditatio malorum, not as a form of pessimism, but as a pragmatic mental rehearsal, preparing ourselves for the inevitable distractions, interruptions, and setbacks that life throws our way. By anticipating potential difficulties and planning our calm, rational responses, we build resilience and reduce the power of surprises to derail our focus. We've essentially mapped out the potential threats and prepared our defenses. But defenses, no matter how well prepared, are useless without a vigilant guard standing watch. Mapping potential ambushes doesn't help if the sentry is asleep when the enemy approaches. This brings us to the core discipline that underpins the effective application of all the Stoic tools we've discussed: the ongoing, moment-to-moment practice of attention. The Stoics had a specific word for this: prosoche. Prosoche translates roughly to attention, vigilance, or mindfulness. It signifies a continuous, sober awareness directed primarily towards one's own mind, our thoughts, judgments, intentions, and actions as they unfold in the present moment. It is the active state of guarding our ruling faculty, the hegemonikon, ensuring that we live intentionally rather than being swept away by habit, impulse, or external pressures. Epictetus, the former slave turned revered teacher, considered prosoche absolutely essential. He repeatedly urged his students to pay attention, not just to external events, but to their internal responses. He warned, "You're guarding against robbers and thieves, and keeping watch by night? Guard rather against robbers and thieves of another sort, those that filch away your judgments and carry off your reason." For Epictetus, the greatest danger wasn't external loss, but the internal failure of vigilance, the careless surrender of our rational mind to faulty judgments and impulses. Prosoche is the practice of preventing that surrender. Stoic mindfulness. similarities and distinctions of mindfulness has gained enormous popularity today, often associated with Eastern traditions like Buddhism. While there are valuable overlaps, particularly the emphasis on present moment awareness and observing thoughts and feelings, it's helpful to understand the distinct flavor and purpose of Stoic prosoche. Confusing them can lead to misapplying the techniques. The goal. While many contemporary mindfulness practices aim towards stress reduction, emotional regulation, insight, or sometimes detachment from worldly concerns, the primary goal of Stoic prosoche is intensely practical and ethical, to live virtuously and act effectively in the world. It's about ensuring our judgments are rational, our desires and aversions are properly directed towards virtue and vice, respectively, and our actions align with reason and our duties to others. It's mindfulness for the sake of right action and sound judgment within the arena of life, not primarily for achieving altered states or withdrawing from the world. The focus. The laser focus of prosoche is squarely on the domain of the up to us, our inner world of judgment, assent, and intention. While a Stoic is aware of bodily sensations and external events, impressions, the critical attention is directed towards how the ruling faculty is processing these impressions. Am I adding a value judgment here? Is this judgment rational? Am I assenting to something false or harmful? Am I about to act out of anger, fear, or misplaced desire? The emphasis is less on passively observing thoughts drift by, and more on actively examining the judgments embedded within them. Active vigilance. Consequently, prosoche often carries a more active, vigilant quality than some other forms of mindfulness. It's not just about noticing, it's about guarding. Epictetus used military metaphors: the sentry at the gate, the soldier on watch. It implies a continuous effort to protect the inner citadel from being overrun by irrationality. It's an alert, sober attention, ready to apply reason and choose a virtuous response. Understanding these nuances is important. Prosoche isn't about emptying the mind or simply relaxing. It's about engaging the mind fully and rationally with the present moment, specifically with our own internal operations, in order to live better and act more effectively towards our chosen goals. Why prosoche is the engine of focus? How does this ancient practice of vigilance translate directly into the laser focus we seek in our modern, distraction-filled lives? The connection is profound and multifaceted. True focus isn't merely the absence of external distractions. It's the presence of actively directed and sustained attention. Prosoche is the mental muscle that makes this possible. Early warning system. Prosoche allows you to notice the very first flicker of distraction, the initial tug of a wandering thought, before it gains momentum and carries you away. It's the difference between noticing a small spark and dealing with it immediately, versus only becoming aware when the whole room is ablaze. Catching faulty judgments. Remember how our judgments create our reality? Chapter 3, Prosoche, is the moment-to-moment awareness that allows you to catch those judgments in real time. I'm judging this task as boring. I'm interpreting that email tone as hostile. This awareness creates the space to pause and challenge those judgments before they trigger negative emotions or distracting impulses. Recognizing misplaced impulses. Similarly, prosoche helps you recognize the pull of desire or the push of aversion. Chapter 4. As they arise. I feel a strong urge to check social media. I feel resistance towards starting this difficult section. Noticing these impulses allows you to apply Stoic principles, examining the underlying judgment, remembering what's truly good or bad, rather than blindly obeying the urge, enabling planned responses. The premeditatio malorum, chapter 5, is useless if you're not paying enough attention to notice when the anticipated obstacle actually appears. Prosoche is the vigilance that allows you to recognize, here is that interruption I planned for, and then consciously implement your chosen, calm response instead of reacting automatically. Anchoring in the present. Focused work happens now, not in ruminations about the past or anxieties about the future. Prosoche, by its very nature, is about bringing your attention fully into the present moment, attending to the task at hand, your thoughts about the task, and your actions related to the task. Without prosoche, the other Stoic tools remain theoretical. It's the active ingredient, the operational practice that brings the philosophy to life in each moment, enabling you to navigate distractions and sustain focus. Cultivating the watchful guardian. Practical techniques. Like any skill, prosoche requires deliberate practice. It doesn't just happen, you cultivate it. Here are some practical ways to strengthen your attentional vigilance. Mindful intention setting. Begin your day or specific blocks of focused work by explicitly setting the intention. For this period, I will pay close attention to my judgments, my impulses, and whether my actions align with my goals for this task. I will strive to keep my ruling faculty vigilant. Simply stating the intention primes your mind. Attention anchoring. When you notice your mind wandering, which it inevitably will, gently but firmly bring it back to a chosen anchor point. This could be your breath, noticing the physical sensation of breathing in and out. Physical sensations, the feeling of your feet on the floor, your hands on the keyboard, the weight of your body in the chair. The task itself, the words on the page, the code on the screen, the physical materials you're working with. The key is gentle redirection, not harsh self-criticism for wandering. Acknowledge the wandering, then return. Monitoring the command center. Throughout the day, especially during transitions or moments of potential distraction, ask yourself Stoic check-in questions. What impression am I dealing with right now? What judgment am I adding to it? Is this judgment rational and in accordance with nature? Is this related to something up to me or not up to me? What is the virtuous response here? This keeps the ruling faculty active and examined. Objective description practice. Continue the practice from Chapter 3. When faced with a potentially charged situation or emotion, pause and describe it objectively, internally or in writing, stripping away the immediate value judgment. My heart is beating faster. This person is speaking loudly. I am having the thought, this is too hard. This trains your attention to see reality clearly before layering interpretations. Second, evening review of attention. Build upon Seneca's practice of reviewing your day. Specifically ask, where did my attention go today? When was I vigilant, prosoche, in examining my judgments? When did I assent carelessly or react automatically? What situations tended to pull my focus away? How could I have applied more attention in those moments? This reflection reinforces learning and strengthens intention for the next day. Mindful action in daily life. Use routine activities as training grounds. When washing dishes, focus entirely on the sensation of the water, the soap, the movement of your hands. When walking, pay attention to your footsteps, your surroundings, the air on your skin. Bringing this quality of full attention to simple tasks builds the capacity to bring it to complex, focused work. Bringing prosoche to your goals and deep work. How does this moment-to-moment vigilance directly empower your pursuit of goals and deep work? Entering the zone. Use prosoche to consciously manage the transition into focused work. Notice any resistance, anxiety, or distracting thoughts. Acknowledge them without judgment. Apply relevant Stoic principles if needed. Example, objective description, focusing on effort, and gently guide your attention to the first step of the task. Sustaining the flow. As you work, prosoche is the active guardian that notices the mind beginning to drift. It's the gentle nudge that brings attention back to the task at hand, again and again, without frustration. It allows you to stay immersed for longer periods. Navigating friction. When you hit a snag, a difficult problem, a feeling of frustration, boredom, prosoche allows you to notice this internal friction as it arises. This creates the space to pause, perhaps apply premeditatio malorum. I anticipated this might be tough. Use objective description. I am feeling frustrated. Focus on the controllable effort and choose a constructive next step rather than impulsively quitting or switching tasks. Ensuring alignment. Prosoche acts as a constant reality check. Is what I am doing right now the most effective action towards my goal for this session? Am I getting sidetracked by pseudo-work or unimportant details? This vigilance keeps your actions tightly aligned with your intentions. Prosoche is not some mystical state achieved only by monks on mountaintops. It is a practical, learnable skill, the bedrock of effective Stoic practice in the messy reality of daily life. It is the active, watchful guardian of your inner citadel, ensuring that your judgments remain rational, your impulses aligned with virtue, and your actions directed purposefully towards what truly matters. Cultivating this vigilant attention transforms Stoicism from a set of interesting ideas into a dynamic, living philosophy that empowers you to cut through the noise, manage distractions from within, and sustain the laser focus needed to achieve your most important goals. Begin practicing this moment-to-moment awareness today. The watchful guardian is waiting for your command. Chapter 7. Finding Your North Star, Purpose and Goals the Stoic Way. We've journeyed inward, learning to manage our judgments, tame our desires and aversions, anticipate turbulence, and cultivate prosoche, the watchful guardian of our present moment awareness. We're building the inner resilience and clarity needed to navigate a distracting world. But resilience and awareness, while essential, need direction. A ship that's seaworthy and has a vigilant captain still needs a destination, a navigational chart, a reason for sailing. Otherwise, it simply drifts. This is where purpose comes in. Why bother cultivating focus? Why push through difficulty? Why resist the siren call of easy distraction? Without a compelling answer, our resolve inevitably wavers. A clearly defined purpose acts as a powerful magnet for our attention, a north star that guides our prosoche and pulls us back when we drift off course. It provides the essential why that fuels sustained effort and makes the hard work of focus feel meaningful rather than merely arduous. Our ruling faculty, the hegemonicon, thrives on clarity. It needs clear orders to direct the troops of our attention effectively. But how do we define purpose and set goals in a way that aligns with the Stoic principles we've been exploring? The modern world often bombards us with messages about goal setting, focused almost exclusively on external achievements. Get the promotion, buy the bigger house, achieve a certain income level, gain more followers, attain the perfect body. The Stoics would caution us here, as we know from the dichotomy of control, Chapter 2, and our discussion of desire, Chapter 4, hitching our sense of purpose entirely to these external outcomes, things ultimately not up to us, is a recipe for anxiety, frustration, and distraction. So what's the Stoic alternative? It starts by filtering our goals and aspirations through the primary lens of virtue. The virtue filter, aligning goals with what truly matters. For the Stoics, the ultimate aim of life, the true measure of success, wasn't external accomplishment, but internal excellence of character. This is eudaimonia, often translated as happiness or flourishing, but more accurately, meaning living in accordance with virtue, fulfilling our potential as rational, social beings. The four cardinal virtues, wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, were seen as the pillars of a good life. Wisdom, understanding the world accurately, distinguishing good, bad, and indifferent, making sound judgments. Justice, treating others fairly, with kindness, honesty, and respect, fulfilling our duties to our communities. Courage, facing challenges, pain, difficulty, and fear rationally and with resilience, standing up for our principles. Temperance, moderating our desires and impulses, exercising self-control, avoiding excess. Why filter goals through virtue? It's up to us. Unlike wealth, fame, or even health, our character, our commitment to acting virtuously, is fundamentally within our control. We can always choose to strive for honesty, courage, or wisdom, regardless of external circumstances. Basing our purpose on virtue anchors it in the controllable sphere. It's intrinsically meaningful. Pursuing external goals often leaves us feeling empty. Is this all there is? Pursuing virtue, however, connects us to our highest potential as human beings. Acting with integrity, courage, or kindness brings a deep, unshakable sense of meaning that external achievements alone cannot provide. It reduces anxiety and distraction. When your primary goal is to act virtuously in the process, the desperate attachment to specific external outcomes lessens. This dramatically reduces the anxiety, feel of failure, and envy that so often plague externally focused goal pursuit and scatter our attention. It leads to true flourishing. The Stoics believe that living virtuously is the path to eudaimonia, inner peace, resilience, and fulfillment are the natural byproducts of a character honed by virtue, not the fleeting results of chasing externals. This doesn't mean we shouldn't have practical goals or aim for preferred indifference like career success or financial stability. It means these should be secondary to and pursued in service of our primary commitment to virtue. The way we pursue these goals matters more than the outcome. Let's look at some examples. External goal: become CEO. Stoic reframing: virtue-aligned aim: to lead with wisdom and justice in my professional role, making decisions that benefit the team and the organization's purpose, while acting with integrity and courage, regardless of my official title. External goal: get 10,000 followers on social media. Stoic reframing: to share my knowledge and insights honestly and helpfully, aiming to provide genuine value to others without attachment to external validation metrics. Justice, wisdom: external goal: buy a luxury car. Stoic reframing: to manage my finances responsibly and practice temperance, ensuring my resources serve my needs and duties, rather than seeking status through possessions. Temperance, wisdom: external goal: win the competition. Stoic reframing: to prepare diligently, perform courageously to the best of my ability, compete fairly, and accept the outcome with equanimity, focusing on the effort and sportsmanship. Courage, justice, temperance. See the shift? The focus moves from the uncontrollable external outcome to the controllable internal quality of action, from outcome obsession to process perfection. This brings us to a crucial Stoic shift in goal setting: prioritizing process over outcome. Since outcomes are influenced by countless external factors beyond our control, fixating on them is a source of constant stress. Did I get the job? Did they like my presentation? Did I lose the weight? This outcome obsession pulls our focus away from the only thing we can control: our actions in the present moment. The Stoic approach is to define your goals primarily in terms of the controllable inputs and processes that align with virtue. Think back to the archer analogy. The unskilled archer obsesses over hitting the bullseye outcome. The Stoic archer focuses meticulously on her stance, her breathing, her aim, the smooth release of the arrow. Process. She knows that perfecting the process gives her the best chance of hitting the bullseye, but hitting it is not guaranteed and not the ultimate measure of her skill as demonstrated in that moment. Her success lies in executing the shot virtuously, with diligence, focus, and care. Consider a writer aiming to publish a book. Outcome goal: become a best-selling author. Uncontrollable. Process goal: dedicate 2 hours each morning to writing, focusing fully, prasoche, researching diligently, wisdom, writing honestly, justice, and persevering through difficulties, courage, regardless of publication deals or sales figures. Controllable. Focusing on the process has profound benefits for focus. Reduces fear of failure. If success is defined by your effort and virtuous action, process, then failure in the conventional sense, not achieving the external outcome, becomes less terrifying. You can succeed every single day simply by showing up and doing the work with integrity and focus. This removes a major source of anxiety and procrastination. Increases present moment focus. Your attention is naturally drawn to what you are doing right now. The writing, the practicing, the preparing, rather than being lost in anxious speculation about future results. Builds momentum. Consistent, focused effort on the process builds skills and momentum far more effectively than sporadic bursts of activity driven by outcome anxiety. Clarity is king, giving the hegemonicon clear orders. Your ruling faculty, your hegemonicon, needs clear instructions to direct your attention effectively. Vague aspirations like, I want to be successful, or I should be healthier, are too fuzzy. They don't give prasoche a concrete target. Distractions easily win when the intended focus is ill-defined. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself of the importance of a clear aim. No random actions. None not based on underlying principles. And every hour of the day, give vigorous attention to the performance of the task in hand, with precise analysis, with unaffected dignity, with human sympathy, with dispassionate justice, and navigate away from all other thoughts. This precise analysis requires knowing what the task is and why it matters in the larger scheme of your purpose. Defining your purpose and goals with clarity, filtering them through virtue, and framing them in terms of controllable processes provides the hegemonicon with the clear, compelling direction it needs to marshal your focus effectively. Finding your chief aim, roles, and contributions. How do we arrive at this clear, virtue-aligned purpose? The Stoics offered helpful frameworks. The philosopher Hierocles described human connection using concentric circles. Sometimes. Starting with the self, radiating outwards to immediate family, extended family, local community, country, and finally, all of humanity. Our duty, he argued, was to draw these circles inward, caring for others as we care for ourselves, recognizing our shared humanity. Stoic role ethics also emphasizes that we have specific duties and responsibilities based on the natural roles we occupy: parent, child, sibling, friend, citizen, employee, leader. Our purpose involves striving to fulfill these roles virtuously. Your chief aim, therefore, isn't likely to be a single, narrow goal, but rather an overarching commitment to acting with virtue across the various circles and roles of your life. It's about the kind of person you aspire to be and the way you intend to contribute. Exercise, defining your purpose, the Stoic way. Let's make this practical. Set aside some quiet time for reflection. Grab a notebook or open a document. Identify your core virtues. Reflect on the four cardinal virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, temperance. Which resonate most strongly with you? What related character traits do you value most highly? For example, integrity, kindness, resilience, creativity, diligence, patience. List your top 3 to 5 core values, virtues. Consider your key roles. List the most important roles you currently occupy in your life, e.g., software developer, parent, friend, community volunteer, learner. Brainstorm virtue-aligned aims for each role. For each key role, ask, what would it look like to embody my core virtues in this role? What kind of role name do I aspire to be? Focus on character and contribution, not external status. Example, role parent, value wisdom, justice, to listen patiently and seek understanding before reacting, to set fair boundaries consistently, to model lifelong learning. Example, role software developer, value justice, temperance, to write clean, reliable code that serves users well, to communicate honestly about timelines and challenges, to manage my time effectively and avoid burnout. Translate aims into process goals. Now, convert those broader aims into specific, controllable actions or processes you can focus on daily or weekly. These become your actionable goals. Aim, listen patiently. Process goal, practice pausing for 3 seconds before responding during conversations with my child. Aim, write clean code. Process goal, dedicate 30 minutes each week to refactoring existing code and learning best practices. Aim, manage time effectively. Process goal, use time blocking for focused work sessions and review my schedule daily. Formulate your chief aim or guiding principle. Look over your values, roles, aims, and process goals. Can you synthesize them into a concise statement, a sentence or two, that captures your overarching purpose? This statement should emphasize virtuous action and contribution. It acts as your North Star. Example, my purpose is to cultivate wisdom and act with justice and courage in all my roles, focusing my daily efforts on controllable actions that contribute positively to my family, work, and community. Another example, I aim to live with integrity and resilience, using my skills to solve problems effectively and treat others with kindness, focusing on consistent effort rather than external validation. Your purpose, the ultimate anchor for focus. This process of defining your purpose and goals the Stoic way isn't just an intellectual exercise. It creates the essential anchor for your focus. When you have a clear, compelling, virtue-aligned why, it becomes much easier to sustain motivation. You're driven by intrinsic meaning, not just fleeting external rewards. Direct your attention. Prosoke, you know exactly what your vigilant attention should be guarding and guiding towards. Prioritize effectively. You can easily evaluate tasks and opportunities. Does this align with my purpose and my process goals? Navigate distractions. You have a strong reason to resist distractions that pull you away from your chosen path. Reframe challenges. Obstacles become opportunities to practice virtue, courage, resilience, wisdom. Pursuing goals focused solely on external outcomes is like sailing by unreliable stars, easily clouded over, often misleading. Defining your purpose through virtue and focusing on the controllable process is like navigating by the unchanging North Star. It provides a steady, reliable guide, allowing you to maintain your course with clarity, resilience, and unwavering focus, no matter how turbulent the seas around you become. Take the time to define your North Star. It will illuminate your path forward. Chapter 8: Sailing by Design, Intentionality and Time the Stoic Way. In the last chapter, we sought our North Star, that clear, virtue-aligned purpose that gives direction to our efforts and meaning to our pursuit of focus. We learned to filter our goals through the lens of virtue, prioritizing controllable processes over unpredictable outcomes. But identifying your North Star is only the first step. A map is useless if the ship stays moored in the harbor, and a purpose, no matter how noble, remains merely an abstract idea if it doesn't translate into concrete action. How do we ensure our daily lives reflect our stated purpose? How do we navigate the endless demands and distractions of the day in a way that keeps us sailing towards our chosen destination, rather than being tossed about by the waves of reactivity? This chapter delves into the Stoic art of intentional living, specifically focusing on how we manage our most precious, non-renewable resource, time. Many of us live in a state of chronic reactivity. Our days are dictated by the ping of notifications, the demands of others, the urgency of the latest crisis, or the pull of fleeting desires. We rush from one thing to the next, mistaking busyness for productivity, feeling perpetually behind, yet unsure if we're even heading in the right direction. We are adrift, reacting to the currents rather than setting our own course. The Stoic approach is the antithesis of this reactive drift. It calls for living deliberately. It means consciously choosing, as much as possible, how we allocate our time and energy, ensuring our actions align with our values and our chosen purpose. It's about becoming the captain of our own ship, actively steering by our North Star, rather than being mere passengers subject to the whims of the sea. Time, your most precious possession. Central to this intentionality is a profound respect for time. The Stoics, particularly Seneca, were acutely aware of time's unique nature. Unlike money or possessions, it cannot be earned back once spent. Every moment that passes is gone forever. Yet, how casually we often treat it. Seneca wrote powerfully about this in his essay, On the Shortness of Life. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Life is long enough, and a sufficiently generous amount has been given to us for the highest achievements, if it were all well invested. We are frugal in guarding our personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, we are most extravagant with the one commodity where greed is honorable. He observed how readily people give away their time to trivial matters, to pointless anxieties, to activities that don't align with their values, while fiercely guarding their money. This, he argued, was madness. Wasting time for the Stoics wasn't just inefficient, it was a failure of reason, a disrespect for the very fabric of our existence. It was squandering the opportunity to live virtuously and fulfill our potential. Therefore, the foundation of Stoic time management isn't about finding clever hacks to cram more tasks into the day. It's about consciously valuing your time and intentionally directing it towards what truly matters, towards actions aligned with your purpose and virtue. Planning the day, giving orders to your ruling faculty. If we are to live deliberately, we need a plan. Not necessarily a rigid, minute-by-minute schedule, though that can work for some, but a clear intention for how we intend to use our time, set before the day's currents begin to pull us. This involves giving clear orders to our ruling faculty, the hegemonikon. Morning intention setting. Start your day with a brief period of reflection and intention. Before the emails flood in, before the demands begin, take a few minutes to connect with your North Star, your chief aim from Chapter 7. Ask yourself, what is my primary intention for today, aligned with my purpose? What specific virtues do I want to focus on embodying? Example, patience in meetings, diligence on my main project, kindness towards family. What are the 1 to 3 most important actions I can take today that represent progress towards my virtue-aligned process goals? What potential challenges or distractions might arise, premeditatio malorum, and how do I intend to respond? This isn't about creating an exhaustive to-do list. It's about setting a clear direction and priming your prosoche, vigilant attention for the day ahead. Focus on controllable actions. When planning, frame your intentions around the effort you control, not the outcome you don't. Plan to spend 2 hours in deep focus on the report, not to finish the report. Plan to make the difficult phone call with courage and honesty, not to guarantee the other person reacts positively. This aligns with the dichotomy of control and reduces anxiety. Schedule time for virtue. Intentional living isn't just about work tasks. Consider scheduling brief periods for activities that directly cultivate virtue or well-being, which supports your overall capacity for focus and right action. This might include time for exercise, temperance, diligence, quiet reflection or journaling, wisdom, connecting meaningfully with loved ones, justice, kindness, or learning something new, wisdom. Prioritization, choosing the worthy course. A plan requires choices. We cannot do everything. Intentional living demands ruthless prioritization, deciding where to invest our precious, finite time. How do we make these choices the Stoic way? The virtue filter. The primary question for any potential task or commitment should be, does this align with my core values and purpose? Does it offer an opportunity to practice wisdom, justice, courage, or temperance? Tasks that actively conflict with your values should be rejected. Tasks that allow you to express your virtues should be prioritized. Contribution, Heracles circles. Consider the impact. Does this action contribute positively within your spheres of responsibility to yourself, e.g., learning, health, your family, your work, your community? Does it fulfill a genuine duty related to your roles? Actions that serve others justly often align strongly with Stoic purpose. Important versus urgent. Learn to distinguish clearly. Many things feel urgent because they are loud, demanding, or trigger our fear of missing out, misplaced aversion desire. These are often external demands or trivialities in disguise. Truly important tasks are those aligned with your virtue-based purpose and long-term process goals. Train yourself to prioritize the important, even when it's not clamoring for attention, and to question the true importance of the seemingly urgent. Marcus Aurelius advised focusing on essentials. Ask yourself at every moment, is this necessary? Much of what causes stress and consumes time, he realized, is not. The power of no. Protecting your time requires setting boundaries. Learn to politely but firmly decline requests, invitations, or tasks that do not align with your priorities, values, or capacity. Saying no to the non-essential is saying yes to the essential. It's an act of self-respect and commitment to your purpose. Reviewing the voyage. Seneca's evening examination. A captain doesn't just set a course. They regularly check their position and adjust as needed. Similarly, intentional living requires regular reflection. Seneca described his own powerful evening routine, adapted from Pythagorean practices. Before sleep, he would review his entire day in his mind, asking himself probing questions. We can adapt this into a potent tool for reinforcing Stoic practice and refining our focus. Set aside quiet time. Find 5 to 10 minutes before bed, free from distractions. Mentally replay the day. Go through the events of the day, from morning to evening. Ask key questions with honesty, not harsh judgment. What virtuous actions did I take today? Where did I act in alignment with my intentions and values? Acknowledge successes. Where did my judgments falter? Did I assent to any false or harmful impressions? Where did I act out of irrational anger, fear, desire, or aversion? Where failed to act when virtue called for it? Example, lacked courage, avoided a duty. How did I use my time? Was I intentional or reactive? Did I waste time on trivialities? What specific situations challenged me, and how did I respond? What could I have done differently? What lesson can I learn from today to carry forward into tomorrow? Focus on learning. The goal isn't self-criticism or guilt. It's objective self-assessment for the sake of improvement. Like reviewing game footage, you're looking for patterns, mistakes, and opportunities to adjust your strategy for the next day. This practice powerfully strengthens prosoche and helps you refine your judgments over time. Tackling procrastination. The discipline of action. Even with a clear purpose and plan, the siren call of procrastination, delaying important tasks, can sabotage our intentions. From a Stoic perspective, procrastination often stems from misplaced aversion, fear of failure, fear of discomfort, fear of difficulty, judging these externals or sensations as bad. misplaced desire, seeking the immediate pleasure of distraction or easier tasks over the delayed satisfaction of meaningful work. Failure of temperance, lack of self-control over impulses. Failure of courage, unwillingness to face the discomfort required for action. How to combat it the Stoic way. Notice and examine. Use prosoke to catch the urge to procrastinate as it arises. Pause. Ask, what judgment or fear is driving this urge? Challenge its rationality. Focus on the first step. Don't think about the entire daunting task. Apply process focus. What is the absolute smallest, controllable first action I can take right now? Example, open the document, write one sentence, make the phone call dialing motion. Often, starting is the hardest part. Act independently of feeling. Recognize that motivation is fickle. Discipline means acting according to your rational intentions, even when you don't feel like it. The Stoics valued reason above fleeting emotions. Commit to the action, and feelings, even motivation, often follow. Use premeditation. Anticipate your tendency to procrastinate on certain tasks. During your morning intention setting, plan your specific response. When I feel the urge to avoid writing the report, I will immediately take 3 deep breaths and commit to working for just 10 minutes. Reconnect with purpose. Remind yourself why this task matters in the context of your larger, virtue-aligned purpose. Connecting the immediate action to your North Star can provide the necessary fuel to overcome resistance. Taking command of your time, taking command of your life. Stoic time management isn't about becoming a productivity robot. It's about reclaiming your agency. It's about recognizing time as the fundamental currency of life and choosing to invest it wisely, intentionally, in alignment with what you deem truly valuable. By consciously setting intentions based on your purpose, prioritizing tasks through the lens of virtue and contribution, reviewing your actions honestly, and cultivating the discipline to act even when resistance arises, you move from being adrift to sailing by design. You transform your purpose from a distant star into the guiding principle of your daily voyage. This intentionality doesn't just lead to achieving goals, it fosters a deeper sense of control, meaning, and tranquility, allowing you to navigate the complexities of life with focus and grace. Take command of your time, starting today. Chapter 9. The Obstacle is the Way. Embracing Challenges with Amor Fati. We've charted our course with a purpose rooted in virtue. Chapter 7. We've learned to manage our time intentionally, planning our days and reviewing our progress like a diligent ship's captain. Chapter 8. We've even practiced anticipating turbulence through Praemeditio Malorum. Chapter 5. We are prepared, vigilant, prosoke. Chapter 6. And steering deliberately towards our North Star. And yet, life happens. The unexpected occurs. The carefully planned work session is derailed by a sudden crisis. The project hits an unforeseen snag. Technology fails at a critical moment. We face criticism, rejection, or simply the frustrating friction of reality not conforming to our wishes. Even with the best Stoic toolkit, these moments can test our resolve, trigger emotional reactions, and threaten to obliterate our focus. How do we handle these inevitable moments when things don't go according to plan? How do we prevent setbacks from turning into downward spirals of frustration and despair that completely scatter our attention? The Stoics offered a radical, powerful answer, encapsulated in the Latin phrase amor fati, love your fate. This isn't merely about accepting what happens or passively enduring hardship with a stiff upper lip. Amor fati goes a crucial step further. It's an active embrace of everything that occurs in our lives, the good, the bad, the pleasant, the painful, the convenient, the inconvenient, seeing it all as necessary, as part of the fabric of existence, and even as potentially beneficial for our growth and character. It's choosing to say yes to reality exactly as it is, without reservation. While the phrase was famously popularized by the 19th century philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, the core idea is deeply Stoic. It stems from their understanding of the cosmos as a rational, ordered whole, the logos, where everything happens for a reason within a larger divine plan. Even if one doesn't subscribe to that specific cosmology, the psychological power of the principle remains immense. It's about accepting the hand we're dealt, the circumstances, the events, the challenges that arise outside our control, not with gritted teeth, but with an open heart, ready to work with it rather than against it. Why fighting reality destroys focus. Think about what happens mentally when we encounter an obstacle and our immediate reaction is resistance. This shouldn't be happening. This is unfair. Why me? This ruins everything. This internal fight against reality consumes an enormous amount of mental energy. Emotional drain. We fuel negative emotions like anger, frustration, resentment, self-pity, or anxiety. These emotions are physiologically taxing and create intense mental static, making calm focus impossible. Mental loops. We get stuck in repetitive thought loops, replaying the perceived injustice, wishing things were different, blaming others or ourselves. Our attention is trapped in the past, or in a fantasy of how things should be, rather than engaging with the present reality. Paralysis. Often, this resistance leads to inaction. We're so busy being upset about the obstacle that we don't take effective steps to deal with the obstacle. Focus shifts from problem solving to complaining. Resistance to what is like trying to swim against a powerful current. It's exhausting, futile, and guarantees you won't get where you intended to go. It's the absolute enemy of focused, effective action. Acceptance. The first step to freedom, amor fati, builds upon the foundation of the dichotomy of control. It starts with fully accepting that external events, setbacks, and other people's actions are not up to us. We cannot command reality to conform to our preferences. Fighting this truth is the source of much suffering. But amor fati invites us to move beyond mere acceptance, which can sometimes feel like grudging tolerance, towards an active embrace. It's the difference between saying, "Okay, I guess I have to deal with this rain," and saying, "Ah, rain, what does this make possible? Perhaps a good day to focus indoors, or appreciate the nourishment it brings. It's a subtle but profound shift in perspective, from victim of circumstance to active participant, ready to find the value in whatever arises. The obstacle is the way, finding opportunity in difficulty. This affirmative stance towards reality unlocks one of the most powerful reframes in the Stoic arsenal, articulated brilliantly by Marcus Aurelius. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Read that again. What stands in the way becomes the way. Obstacles are not unfortunate deviations from the path. They are the path. Challenges are not things to be merely overcome so we can get back to the real work. They are the work. How? Because every obstacle, every difficulty, every interruption presents an opportunity to practice virtue and strengthen our character, which, for a Stoic, is the ultimate goal. A delay, an opportunity to practice patience, temperance, and perhaps find a more efficient way forward. Wisdom, unfair criticism, an opportunity to practice resilience, justice, responding fairly, wisdom, extracting any useful kernel, and courage, standing by your principles if necessary. A technical failure, an opportunity to practice calmness under pressure, problem solving, wisdom, and perhaps humility in asking for help. A demanding interruption, an opportunity to practice setting boundaries firmly but kindly. Justice, courage, patience, and quickly refocusing, prosoke. A personal failure or mistake, an opportunity to practice honesty, owning it. Humility, resilience, learning and moving on, and wisdom, analyzing what went wrong. Viewed through this lens, life stops being a series of frustrating roadblocks and becomes a continuous training ground for character development. The things that seem designed to stop us actually become the very means by which we advance towards our true goal, becoming wiser, more just, more courageous, more temperate human beings. How amor fati protects and fuels focus? This mindset shift has dramatic implications for our ability to maintain focus. Eliminates emotional static. By choosing to accept, even embrace, difficulties rather than resisting them, we short-circuit the cycle of negative emotions, anger, frustration, despair, that are so destructive to focus. We conserve precious mental energy. Turns distractions into training. Instead of seeing an interruption as purely negative, a focus killer, we can reframe it. An opportunity to practice my planned response from premeditatio malorum, or a chance to practice patience. The distraction itself becomes a micro-exercise in applying Stoic principles, paradoxically strengthening our focus muscle. Reframe setbacks as data. When a project hits a snag or we make a mistake, amor fati prevents us from spiraling into self-pity or blame. We accept the reality. Okay, this happened. Then we ask, what can I learn from this? What virtue does this situation call for now? The setback becomes valuable data for future action, keeping us engaged rather than demoralized. Focus shifts from "this is terrible" to "what's the wise, courageous, just action now?" Deepens present moment engagement. Fighting reality pulls us out of the present. Embracing reality anchors us firmly in the present. We stop wishing things were different and start working with what is. This total engagement with the current situation, looking for the opportunity within it, is the very essence of deep focus. Amor fati in action. Examples for focused work. Let's make this concrete. How might amor fati apply to common focus challenges? Scenario: you're deep in focused work, and your internet connection drops unexpectedly. Resistance response: no, this is a disaster. I can't work. Why does this always happen to me? Focus shattered by frustration and complaint. Amor fati response: pause. Breathe. Accept. Okay, the internet is down. Ask, what does this make possible? What virtue can I practice? Opportunity. Practice patience. Perhaps work on an offline part of the task? Maybe take a planned break now instead of later. Could this be a chance to do some deep thinking, planning, without online distractions? Focus preserved, redirected constructively. Scenario: you receive unexpectedly harsh criticism on a piece of work you poured effort into. Resistance response: they don't understand. They're just being unfair. This is so discouraging. Focus lost to defensiveness, rumination, self-pity. Amor fati response: pause. Breathe. Acknowledge the sting. It's okay to feel it. Accept. This feedback has been given. Ask, what is the opportunity here? Opportunity. Practice resilience and humility. Seek to understand the feedback objectively. Wisdom. Is there any truth I can learn from, even if poorly delivered? Practice responding calmly and professionally. Justice. Temperance. Focus shifts from emotional reaction to constructive engagement. Scenario: a colleague interrupts your planned focus block with an urgent request that isn't truly important. Resistance response: internally fume. Can't they see I'm busy? This is so annoying. Possibly give a curt response, then struggle to refocus due to lingering irritation. Amor fati response: accept. An interruption has occurred. See the opportunity. Practice the planned response from premeditatio malorum, setting a boundary politely but firmly. Justice, courage. Practice quickly and calmly returning attention to the task. Prasoke. Perhaps with a brief internal affirmation, my focus belongs here. Focus minimally disrupted, interruption becomes practice. Cultivating the love of fate. This mindset doesn't always come easily. It requires conscious cultivation. Use reminders. Keep quotes like, "The obstacle is the way," or simply, "Amor fati," visible where you work. Repeat them internally when facing difficulty. Reframe in your journal. Actively practice reframing past and present challenges. Ask, how did that past difficulty ultimately benefit me or teach me something valuable? What is the potential opportunity or lesson in this current challenge? Write it out. Focus relentlessly on your response. When something unwelcome happens, immediately shift your attention from the event itself, not up to you, to your response. Up to you. Ask the golden question. Given this situation, what is the most virtuous action I can take right now? Practice universal gratitude. Extend gratitude beyond the obviously good things. Can you find something to be grateful for in the challenge itself? Example, I'm grateful for this difficult task. It's stretching my abilities. I'm grateful for this interruption. It allowed me to practice patience. This is advanced practice, but powerful. Accept impermanence. Remind yourself that all states, pleasant and unpleasant, are temporary. This helps reduce attachment to good times and resistance to bad times. The ultimate freedom for focus amor fati is arguably the pinnacle of Stoic resilience. It's the mindset that allows us to face anything life throws at us, not just with acceptance, but with a welcoming embrace, seeing everything as fuel for our journey towards virtue. It doesn't mean pretending pain isn't painful or loss isn't sorrowful. It means choosing to find meaning, purpose, and opportunity within those experiences, rather than being crushed by them. By ceasing the exhausting, focus-destroying war against reality, we liberate incredible reserves of mental energy. We transform obstacles from focus killers into focus trainers. We learn to navigate the inevitable storms of life, not just with grim endurance, but with a certain grace, curiosity, and even joy, knowing that whatever happens, we have the power to respond virtuously. Embrace your fate, all of it. In doing so, you unlock the ultimate freedom to focus on what truly matters, living well, right here, right now, no matter what comes your way. Chapter 10. Forging Your Fortress. Environment, Boundaries, and Rituals. We have journeyed deep into the Stoic mindset, learning to embrace challenges with amor fati, Chapter 9. Seeing obstacles not as roadblocks, but as the very path itself. This acceptance of fate, of the uncontrollable elements of life, is fundamental to inner peace and resilience. It frees us from the exhausting battle against reality. However, wisdom, prudence, a key aspect of Stoic virtue, also dictates that while we must accept what we cannot change, we should act intelligently to shape what we can. It would be foolish, for instance, to accept freezing temperatures without putting on a coat if one is available. Similarly, while we cultivate the inner strength to handle distractions when they inevitably arise, it is also wise and virtuous to proactively structure our environment to minimize unnecessary friction and make focus easier to achieve and sustain. Think of your inner work, managing judgments, taming desires, practicing proseko, as building the strength and discipline of the guards within your inner citadel. Shaping your environment is like reinforcing the outer walls, clearing the surrounding terrain, and setting up defensive positions. A strong inner guard is paramount, but well-maintained outer defenses make their job significantly less taxing. This chapter is about strategically building those outer walls. The subtle tyranny of environment. We often underestimate how much our surroundings influence our thoughts, moods, and behaviors. An environment filled with constant pings, visual clutter, interruptions, and easy access to temptation acts like a steady drain on our willpower and attention. Each small distraction requires a micro decision. Should I check that? And a small exertion of self-control to resist. Over the course of a day, this constant, low-level battle depletes our finite mental resources, making it significantly harder to apply the focused attention proso, and rational judgment, hegemonikon, we've been cultivating. Creating a supportive environment isn't about seeking some unattainable state of perfect, sterile silence. It's about intentionally making choices within our control to reduce the frequency and intensity of external triggers that pull us away from our chosen focus. Applying the dichotomy of control to your surroundings. As always, we approach this through the lens of the dichotomy of control. What's not up to us? We cannot eliminate all noise from the outside world. We cannot entirely control whether someone decides to interrupt us at an inconvenient moment. We cannot change the fundamental nature of digital technology designed to capture attention. Trying to achieve perfect external control is futile and will only lead to frustration. Fighting reality again. We must use amor fati for the truly unavoidable. What is up to us? We can choose how we arrange our physical workspace. We can configure the notification settings on our devices. We can communicate our needs and boundaries to others. We can establish routines and rituals that support our intentions. Our focus here is on exercising our agency within this sphere of controllable choices, fortifying your physical space, the outer walls. Your immediate physical environment sends constant signals to your brain. Does it signal focus and calm, or clutter and distraction? Consider these controllable aspects. Designate a focus zone, if possible. Have a specific location, a desk, a chair, even a particular corner that you associate primarily with deep, focused work. This helps create a psychological trigger. Sitting down in that space signals to your brain that it's time to concentrate. Minimize visual clutter. A messy desk often leads to a messy mind. Piles of unrelated papers, scattered objects, and unfinished tasks in your line of sight can act as constant, low-level distractions, reminding you of other things you should be doing. Apply temperance. Keep only the essential tools for the current task visible. A few minutes spent tidying can yield significant returns in mental clarity. Manage noise within reason. Noise is a common focus killer. Identify what you can control. Can you close a door? Invest in noise-canceling headphones. Use a white noise app or ambient sound generator. Choose to work during naturally quieter periods if your schedule allows. Acknowledge the noise you can't control, like unexpected construction, with acceptance, amor fati, but proactively mitigate what's possible. Optimize for comfort. Physical discomfort is a potent internal distraction. Ensure your chair, desk height, and lighting are ergonomic and comfortable. Address controllable factors like room temperature. Taking care of your body, temperance, supports your mind's ability to focus. Taming the digital hydra. Intentional technology use. For many of us, the digital environment is the primary source of distraction. Technology offers incredible tools, but its default settings are often optimized for interruption, not concentration. Applying Stoic principles here requires conscious effort and digital hygiene. Master your notifications. This is non-negotiable. Notifications are external demands on your attention. Be ruthless. Turn off all non-essential alerts on your phone and computer. Email pop-ups, social media pings, news alerts, random app notifications. Ask, does this alert serve my purpose or the purpose of the app developer? Schedule specific, intentional times to check email, messages, or social media, rather than reacting to every buzz and beep. This is a powerful exercise in temperance and reclaiming control. Use tools with intention. Don't let your tools dictate your workflow. Close unnecessary browser tabs. Exit programs not related to your current task. Consider using website blockers like Freedom or Cold Turkey, or focus apps like Forest during deep work sessions if you struggle with digital temptation. This is a wise application of external aids to support internal self-control. Temperance. Remove distracting apps from your phone's home screen or uninstall them altogether if they consistently derail you. Curate your information diet. The endless stream of news, social media updates, and online content can create significant mental clutter and anxiety, hindering focus. Apply wisdom and temperance. Be intentional about what information you consume, when, and why. Does scrolling this feed align with your purpose? Does reading this news article help you act more virtuously or just increase agitation? Often, less is more. Embrace single tasking. The human brain is not designed for effective multitasking, especially on complex tasks. Switching constantly between tasks incurs a cognitive cost, reduces efficiency, and degrades focus. Commit to focusing your prosoche on one important task at a time. When you finish or reach a planned stopping point, then consciously switch to the next. Navigating the social sphere. Setting boundaries. Interruptions from other people, colleagues, family, friends can be particularly challenging because relationships are important. However, protecting your focus often requires setting clear and respectful boundaries. Communicate proactively and clearly. Don't expect others to be mind readers. Let the important people in your life know when you need uninterrupted time, and crucially, when you will be available to connect. Frame it positively. I'm dedicating 9 to 11 a.m. to focused work on this project, so I can give it my best attention. Can we connect right after 11? Justice, wisdom. Use visible signals. Employ simple cues to indicate when you're in focus mode. A closed door, if applicable, wearing headphones, even without music, or setting a Do Not Disturb status on communication apps can signal your unavailability without needing constant verbal reminders. Practice polite assertiveness. Learn and rehearse calm, clear phrases for handling interruptions. This requires courage and justice. Examples: thanks for stopping by. I'm right in the middle of something requiring deep focus. Can I find you in about an hour? That sounds important. I need to finish this task first to meet a deadline. Can we schedule 15 minutes to discuss it this afternoon? To family. I need quiet focus time until time. I'm looking forward to connecting activity with you right after that. Remember the premeditatio malorum. Anticipate likely interruptions and plan your virtuous response. Apply amor fati when necessary. Sometimes interruptions are unavoidable or genuinely urgent. In these cases, Resist the urge to react with frustration. Accept the interruption, amor fati. Address the situation virtuously, and then practice the skill of quickly and calmly returning your focus to your original task once the interruption is resolved. The anchoring power of routines and rituals. Our brains love predictability. Establishing consistent routines and rituals for focus-related activities can significantly reduce decision fatigue and make focused work feel more automatic, less dependent on sheer willpower. Morning routine. A consistent start to the day anchors you. This might include your Stoic intention setting, journaling, light exercise, or hydration. Whatever prepares your mind and body for intentional action. Work startup ritual. Create a short, repeatable sequence of actions that signals the beginning of a focus block. Examples: tidying your desk, pouring a glass of water, reviewing your intention for the session, opening only the necessary documents apps, setting a timer. This ritual acts like a Pavlovian cue for concentration. Strategic breaks. Deep focus is mentally taxing. Build short, planned breaks into your work blocks. For example, the Pomodoro technique: 25-minute work, 5-minute break. Use breaks to move, stretch, hydrate, or rest your eyes, not to check email or social media, which can derail focus. Temperance involves knowing when to push and when to rest. Work shutdown ritual. Equally important is a routine to consciously end your workday. This might involve reviewing what you accomplished, connecting to your evening review, tidying your workspace, planning the top 1 to 2 priorities for tomorrow, and then mentally closing the door on work. This prevents work thoughts from intruding on personal time and allows for proper rest and recharge. Consistency creates habit. The power of routines lies in their consistency. They automate focus-supporting behaviors, conserving willpower for the actual task. Stick to them as much as possible, while maintaining flexibility, amor fati, when life inevitably disrupts them. Designing your fortress. Building your inner citadel of Stoic resilience is the core task. But wisely constructing and maintaining the outer fortifications of your environment provides invaluable support. It's not about creating an impenetrable prison of solitude. It's about exercising your agency to design surroundings that make it easier to live intentionally and focus deeply. By decluttering your physical space, taming your digital tools, communicating clear boundaries, and leveraging the power of routines, you reduce the constant barrage of unnecessary distractions. You conserve your mental energy for the work that truly matters. The work aligned with your purpose, the work that allows you to express your virtues. Take thoughtful control of your environment. Design a fortress that protects and supports your highest intentions. Chapter 11. The Philosopher's Mirror. Stoic journaling for clarity and focus. In the previous chapter, we explored the practical wisdom of shaping our external environment, forging a fortress of solitude by managing our physical space, taming our digital tools, setting boundaries, and building supportive routines. These actions reinforce our inner resolve, making it easier to maintain focus amidst the world's inevitable noise. But fortifications, whether external or internal, require ongoing maintenance. A fortress left untended will eventually crumble. How do we ensure our inner citadel remains strong, our judgments sharp, our intentions clear, and our actions aligned with our purpose? How do we learn from the daily skirmishes with distraction and difficulty, constantly refining our strategies and strengthening our resilience? The primary tool for this vital self-maintenance, used by Stoics for centuries, is the practice of philosophical journaling. This isn't necessarily about keeping a detailed diary of daily events or pouring out raw, unfiltered emotion onto the page, though it can sometimes serve that purpose. Stoic journaling is a more focused, intentional practice. It's a dialogue with oneself, a private laboratory for rigorous self-examination, holding up a mirror to our own thoughts, judgments, desires, aversions, and actions. It's about applying the ancient maxim, "Know thyself," in a structured way, reinforcing principles, actively recalling the Stoic concepts we've learned, the dichotomy of control, the nature of virtue, amor fati, prosoche, and applying them consciously to the specific events and challenges of our day. This moves philosophy from abstract theory to practical application, preparing the mind, using writing to set clear intentions, anticipate challenges, premeditatio malorum, and mentally rehearse virtuous and focused responses before the day even begins. Tracking progress and learning from mistakes, identifying patterns in our behavior, noticing where we consistently succeed or falter, and extracting valuable lessons from our experiences, both positive and negative. This connects directly to Seneca's powerful evening review practice, clearing mental clutter, externalizing swirling thoughts, anxieties, and unprocessed experiences onto paper or screen. This act of articulation can bring clarity, reduce rumination, and allow for more objective analysis. Think of the most famous Stoic text, Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. It wasn't written for publication. It was his personal philosophical journal, a collection of reminders, self-corrections, reflections, and exercises in applying Stoic principles to the immense pressures of ruling the Roman Empire. Seneca, too, strongly advocated for a daily evening review, interrogating oneself about the day's actions and judgments. Epictetus's profound teachings survive only because his student Arrian diligently recorded them. The practice of recording, reflecting, and reviewing is deeply embedded in the Stoic tradition. What does Stoic journaling look like? While there's no single rigid format, effective Stoic journaling often incorporates elements focused on self-awareness, virtue, and intentional action, particularly relevant for cultivating focus. 1. Morning preparation, setting the course. Before diving into the day's activities, take 5 to 10 minutes to orient yourself. Reaffirm purpose and intention. Briefly reconnect with your North Star. Chapter 7. What is your main intention for the day, aligned with virtue? Example: today, my intention is to approach my work with diligence, temperance, courage, and respond to colleagues with patience and fairness, justice. Anticipate challenges, Premeditatio malorum. What potential obstacles or distractions might arise today? Chapter 5. Briefly note 1 to 2 likely ones and your planned virtuous response. Example: potential challenge, feeling overwhelmed by email backlog. Planned response: stick to scheduled email check times. Process calmly. Focus on what's truly important. Wisdom: focus on virtue. Choose one specific virtue you want to be particularly mindful of practicing throughout the day. Example: today I will focus on practicing courage by tackling the task I've been avoiding. 2. Evening review. Assessing the voyage, expanding on Seneca. This is perhaps the most critical part. Before sleep, engage in an honest review, as discussed in Chapter 8, using journaling to deepen the reflection. Review actions versus intentions. How did I act today in relation to my morning intentions and overall purpose? Where did I succeed in acting virtuously? Example: handled the unexpected project delay calmly. Amor fati, courage. Stayed focused during the planned writing block. Analyze shortcomings. Where did I fall short? What specific situations triggered poor judgments or reactions? Example: reacted impatiently to interruption X. Got sidetracked by social media mid-afternoon. Avoided difficult conversation Y. Lack of courage. Examine judgments. What specific thoughts or judgments led to negative emotions or unhelpful actions? Were they rational? Were they based on externals? How could I reframe them using Stoic principles? Example: judged interruption X as unfair, leading to impatience. Reframe: interruption occurred, my response is up to me. Opportunity to practice justice, patience. Assess focus and distractions. When was my focus strong? What supported it? When did it break? What were the internal, external triggers? How did I respond? Was my response effective and virtuous? Example: focus broke when I felt bored with task Z. Trigger: boredom, aversion to discomfort. Response: switch to email, seeking easier stimulation. Better response: acknowledge boredom, recommit for 5 more minutes. Temperance: evaluate time use. Was my use of time intentional? Did I prioritize the important, virtue-aligned over the merely urgent? Where did I waste time? Practice gratitude, amor fati lens. What can I be grateful for today, including challenges faced? Example: grateful for the chance to work on meaningful project A. Grateful for the difficult feedback B. It offers a chance to learn. Wisdom: extract lessons. What is the key takeaway from today? What specific adjustment will I make tomorrow based on this review? Example: lesson: need to be more vigilant about the boredom trigger. Tomorrow, we'll use the 5-minute recommitment strategy. 3. Throughout the day. Optional quick captures. Keep your journal handy. If you experience a particularly strong emotional reaction, a significant distraction, or a moment of confusion, take 30 seconds to jot down the situation and your immediate impression/judgment. You can then analyze it more deeply during your evening review. This trains prosoche in real time. Specific journaling prompts to sharpen your focus. Tailor your journaling to directly address the challenges of focus and distraction. Morning prompts. What is my number 1 priority for focused work today, aligned with my purpose? What specific block of time will I dedicate to this priority? What are the top 2 potential focus thieves, internal, external, I anticipate during that block? What is my planned Stoic response to each? Referencing premeditatio malorum. Which virtue, diligence, patience, temperance, will be my ally in maintaining focus today? Evening prompts. During my planned focus blocks, how well did I maintain attention? What specific thoughts, feelings, or events pulled my focus away? What judgment was underlying that distraction? Example: this is boring. I might miss something important. This is too hard. How did I actually respond when my focus broke? How could I have responded more effectively using Stoic principles? Did I successfully implement my planned responses to anticipated distractions? Did I confuse urgency with importance today? How did that impact my focus? What environmental factor, physical, digital, social, most helped or hindered my focus today? What insight about my own focus patterns did I gain today? What is one concrete adjustment I will make tomorrow to strengthen my focus fortress, inner or outer? How writing brings clarity and reinforces focus. Why does the simple act of writing this down make such a difference? Externalization. Thoughts swirling inside our heads are often vague, emotionally charged, and repetitive. Writing them down forces us to articulate them, making them concrete and observable. This externalization creates distance, allowing for more objective analysis. Slowing down. The physical act of writing or typing deliberately is slower than the speed of thought. This forces a pause, interrupting reactive loops and encouraging more considered reflection. Pattern recognition. Seeing your thoughts, triggers, and responses laid out day after day makes patterns obvious. I consistently get distracted around 3 p.m. Or this specific type of criticism always triggers defensiveness. Recognizing patterns is the first step to changing them. Reduced rumination. Once a worry or a troubling event is captured and examined in your journal, your mind is often less likely to keep chewing on it. You've processed it to some degree, freeing up mental bandwidth. Reinforced learning. Writing actively engages different parts of your brain than just thinking. Articulating Stoic principles and applying them to your specific experiences strengthens your understanding and makes the concepts stick. It builds the neural pathways for virtuous and focused responses. Enhanced self-awareness. Prosoche. The entire practice is an exercise in paying attention, prosoche, to your inner world. Regular journaling trains this crucial skill, making you more aware of your mental habits throughout the day, not just during journaling time. Getting started. Keep it simple, be consistent. The idea of journaling can seem daunting, but it doesn't have to be. Simplicity is key. Forget perfection. Use bullet points, sentence fragments, whatever feels easiest. The content matters far more than the prose. Choose your tool, a simple notebook and pen, a dedicated journaling app, a plain text file. Use whatever medium has the least friction for you. Habit stacking. Link your journaling to an existing routine, 5 to 10 minutes with your morning coffee. 10 to 15 minutes before turning out the light. Consistency is the goal. Honesty over judgment. Be rigorously honest with yourself, but avoid harsh self-criticism. The aim is understanding and improvement, not beating yourself up. Treat yourself as you would a friend you are trying to help. Review occasionally. Once in a while, read back over the past week or month. You'll likely be surprised by the insights gained and the progress made. Whew. Stoic journaling is not a passive recording of life. It is an active shaping of it. It is the philosopher's mirror, reflecting our inner workings so we can understand them better. It's the whetstone upon which we sharpen our judgments and our focus. It's the logbook where we track our voyage, learn from our deviations, and recommit to our course. By engaging in this regular, honest dialogue with ourselves, we clear the mental fog, reinforce our principles, and build the unwavering clarity needed to navigate life with purpose and laser focus. Pick up your pen. Your inner citadel awaits its inspection. Chapter 12. Rising Stronger. Dealing with Setbacks and Failure the Stoic Way. We've diligently worked on fortifying our inner citadel through managing judgments, desires, and aversions. We've identified our North Star, our virtue-aligned purpose, and learned to plan our days with intention, valuing our time. We've even strategized ways to shape our external environment and maintain vigilance through self-reflection and journaling. We are in many ways prepared, and yet we are human. We operate in an unpredictable world. Despite our best intentions, plans, and practices, setbacks will occur. We will lose focus sometimes, perhaps for minutes, perhaps for days. We will encounter obstacles that temporarily halt our progress. We will make mistakes. We will fail to meet some of the external goals we aim for. This is not a sign of deficiency in our Stoic practice. It is an inherent part of the human condition and the nature of striving towards anything worthwhile. The critical question isn't whether we will face setbacks, but how we respond when we do. A reaction to failure and loss of focus is often more damaging than the initial event itself. A minor slip can easily snowball into a complete abandonment of our goals if met with despair, harsh self-criticism, or prolonged frustration. The Stoic path offers a radically different approach, one that transforms setbacks from focus killers into opportunities for growth, resilience, and ultimately, a stronger, more sustainable focus. The inevitability and utility of setbacks. First, we must internalize the Stoic acceptance, Amor Fati, Chapter 9, that setbacks are not anomalies, but expected features of the landscape. Any journey worth taking involves difficult terrain. Expecting a perfectly smooth path is unrealistic and sets us up for disappointment. Instead, view setbacks as predictable friction, necessary tests, and even valuable feedback mechanisms. They reveal weaknesses in our plans, gaps in our knowledge, or areas where our character needs strengthening. The obstacle, once again, is the way. It's the resistance that builds the muscle. Contrast this with the common reaction, viewing failure as final, as proof of inadequacy. leading to shame, withdrawal, and a reluctance to try again. This perspective paralyzes focus and prevents learning. The Stoic sees setbacks not as verdicts, but as events, data points on the journey, applying the dichotomy of control to failure. When faced with a setback, a missed deadline, a rejected proposal, a period of lost focus, a mistake made, the immediate application of the dichotomy of control, Chapter 2, is crucial for maintaining equilibrium and regaining focus. Recognize the outcome as not up to us. The fact that you failed to achieve the external goal, that the specific outcome didn't match your hopes, is ultimately in the realm of things influenced by factors beyond your complete control. Market conditions, other people's decisions, unforeseen events, even temporary lapses in your own capacity. Obsessing over or lamenting this external outcome is wasted energy. Fighting the reality that this happened drains your mental resources. Accept it. Okay, the deadline was missed. The proposal was rejected. My focus lapsed for the past hour. Shift relentlessly to what is up to us. Where does your power lie now? Entirely in your response, your judgments. How do you interpret this setback? As a catastrophe proving your incompetence, or as an event from which you can learn? Choosing a rational, constructive judgment is up to you. Your actions now, what is the next virtuous, reasonable step you can take? Complaining, giving up, or analyzing, learning, adjusting, and trying again, or moving on wisely? Your actions moving forward are entirely within your control. Your effort leading up, past, for learning only. You can reflect on the quality of your effort and the choices you made before the setback. Was your preparation diligent? Were your actions aligned with virtue? This reflection is useful only for learning, not for self-blame about the past, which is also not up to us now. By immediately drawing this line, you prevent the external event, the failure, from defining your internal state, your worth, your peace of mind, and hijacking your future actions. Redefining failure through the lens of virtue. This leads to a profound Stoic reframing of failure itself. In conventional terms, failure is simply not achieving a desired external outcome. But for a Stoic, striving to live virtuously, true failure is something different. True failure, in the Stoic sense, is a failure of character, a failure to act virtuously. It's acting with cowardice when courage was needed. It's acting unjustly or unkindly. It's succumbing to intemperance and irrational impulses. It's failing to apply wisdom in our judgments. These internal failures are up to us and are the only things truly worth feeling aversion towards. Consider this. If you pursued a goal with diligence, honesty, courage, and wisdom, virtuous effort up to you, but external factors prevented you from achieving the desired outcome, not up to you, have you truly failed? From a Stoic perspective, no. You succeeded in the only arena that ultimately matters, your character and your choices. You acted well. The external result is secondary, indifferent. This redefinition is incredibly liberating. It detaches your self-worth from the unpredictable whims of external success. It allows you to strive wholeheartedly for ambitious goals without the crippling fear of external failure, because your measure of success lies in the integrity of your effort. This dramatically reduces the anxiety that often precedes and follows setbacks, preserving mental energy for continued focus. Learning from mistakes. Objective analysis, not self-attack. Okay, so we accept the setback and recognize it's not a true failure if our effort was virtuous. But what if our effort wasn't virtuous? What if we made a genuine mistake due to carelessness, poor judgment, or lack of discipline? The Stoic approach is still not harsh self-criticism, but objective analysis for the sake of learning. This is where the practice of journaling, Chapter 11, becomes invaluable. Describe objectively. Write down what happened, sticking to the facts. Avoid emotionally charged language or immediate self-blame. Instead of working on Project A during my planned focus block, I spent an hour browsing irrelevant websites. Analyze controllable factors. What judgments, impulses, or choices within your control contributed to this? Judgment. Project A is boring and difficult. Impulse. Seek easier stimulation. Desire. Choice. Clicked on distracting link instead of redirecting focus. Identify external factors with caution. Acknowledge external influences if relevant, but be careful not to use them solely as excuses. External factor. Received a stressful email just before the focus block. Then analyze your response to that factor. Extract actionable lessons. What specific, concrete lesson can you learn? What different choice could you make next time? Lesson. Recognize boredom as a trigger. Next time, apply the 5-minute recommitment strategy or take a planned short break instead of switching to distractions. Avoid negative self-labels. Crucially, differentiate the action judgment from your identity. I made a mistake by procrastinating is different from I am a procrastinator failure. The first allows for change. The second is a limiting, often self-fulfilling prophecy. Negative self-talk is just another irrational judgment to be examined and discarded. Practice self-compassion. Treat yourself as you would a respected friend who made a mistake and wants to improve. Embracing the setback. Amor fati in practice. Beyond objective analysis, fully embracing the setback with amor fati unlocks deeper resilience. Accept it completely. This failure, this loss of focus, this mistake, it happened. It is now part of my reality. Then, actively look for the opportunity embedded within it. What virtue does this situation demand now? Resilience? Humility? Honesty? Courage to try again? What can this teach me that smooth sailing could not? How can I use this experience to strengthen my character or refine my approach? Seeing the setback not just as something to be tolerated, but as necessary fuel for growth, transforms its emotional impact and keeps you engaged rather than retreating. Getting back on track. The art of quick recovery. Knowing how to handle setbacks philosophically is vital. Equally important is the practical skill of getting back on track quickly after focus breaks or motivation dips. Resilience isn't just about weathering the storm. It's about how fast you can reset your sails afterwards. Acknowledge, don't dwell. The moment you realize you're off track, lost in thought, Scrolling aimlessly? Feeling overwhelmed after a mistake? Simply notice it. Acknowledge it briefly and neutrally. Okay, focus lost, or mistake made. Avoid lingering in regret or self-criticism. Pause and recenter. Take 1 to 3 slow, deliberate breaths. This simple action interrupts the momentum of the distraction or emotional reaction and activates your calmer, rational mind. Hegemonicon. Reaffirm intention. Briefly recall your purpose for the task or the day. Why were you focusing in the first place? What virtue are you aiming to practice? Reconnect with your North Star. Identify the next smallest step. Don't try to fix everything or recover all lost time at once. Ask, what is the very next, tiny, controllable action I can take to get back on course? Open the document again. Reread the last sentence you wrote. Address the first small part of correcting the mistake. Make it laughably small if necessary. Just take 1 step forward. Apply lessons if applicable. If your analysis yielded a specific lesson, try to implement it immediately in that next step. Okay, I got distracted by boredom. I will now apply the 5-minute recommitment strategy right now. Repeat as needed. You might need to repeat this recovery cycle multiple times in a session or day. That's okay. The key is reducing the time spent off track. Each successful recovery strengthens the habit. Resilience, a muscle built through reps. Handling setbacks stoically isn't about being superhuman or never feeling disappointment. It's about building the mental and emotional muscle of resilience through consistent practice. Every time you face a difficulty, apply the dichotomy of control. Reframe failure. Learn objectively. Embrace the situation with amor fati and practice getting back on track quickly. You're doing a rep that strengthens that resilience muscle. Over time, you become less easily discouraged, quicker to recover, and more capable of sustaining focus through the inevitable ups and downs. Setbacks and failures are not signs that you should abandon your pursuit of focus or your important goals. They are integral parts of the process, offering invaluable lessons and opportunities to forge a stronger, wiser, more resilient character. By meeting them with Stoic principles, you transform them from demoralizing roadblocks into stepping stones on the path to achieving not just your goals, but a state of inner strength and tranquility that can weather any storm. Face them, learn from them, embrace them, and rise stronger. Chapter 13. Fellowship on the Path, Community and Connection, the Stoic Way. In the last chapter, we explored the Stoic art of resilience, how to face failures and setbacks not as defeats, but as inevitable parts of the journey, opportunities for growth, and chances to practice virtue. We learn to apply the dichotomy of control, reframe failure, learn objectively, embrace what happens with amor fati, and get back on track quickly. This inner fortitude is essential. However, a potential misunderstanding of Stoicism is that it promotes a kind of rugged individualism bordering on isolation. If our peace of mind depends only on our inner state, if externals, including other people, are indifferent, does that mean we should withdraw from society and focus solely on ourselves? Absolutely not. While Stoicism places immense emphasis on self-reliance and mastering one's inner world, It simultaneously recognizes and celebrates our fundamentally social nature. We are not solitary islands. We are inherently interconnected beings, and our relationships and communities play a crucial role in our ability to live virtuously and achieve focus. We are social creatures. Oikiosis and cosmopolitanism, two key Stoic concepts, illuminate this. Oikiosis. This Greek term signifies a process of making something one's own, or recognizing affinity and belonging. The Stoics believe this process starts naturally with ourselves, our own bodies and minds, but crucially, it extends outwards in widening concentric circles, as described by the philosopher Heracles. First, to our immediate family, then to extended relatives, then to fellow townspeople, then countrymen, and ultimately encompassing the entirety of the human race. Oikiosis suggests an innate impulse towards connection, care, and recognizing shared interests, culminating in an understanding that the well-being of others is connected to our own. Cosmopolitanism, flowing from oikiosis, is the idea that we are all citizens, polites, of the same world city, cosmos. Our primary allegiance isn't just to our local tribe or nation, but to the universal community of rational beings. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself, "My city and country, so far as I am Antoninus, is Rome, but so far as I am a human being, it is the world." This perspective fosters a sense of universal kinship, shared responsibility, and the importance of acting justly and cooperatively for the common good. Far from advocating withdrawal, Stoicism sees active, virtuous participation in society as a fundamental duty and a key aspect of living a flourishing life. Eudaimonia. Community, support system, or distraction minefield. But how does this square with our goal of achieving laser focus in a world where social interactions, endless emails, meetings, social media, family demands, interruptions from colleagues often feel like the primary sources of distraction? The Stoic answer lies in intentionality and perspective. Yes, unstructured, unmindful social engagement can be a massive drain on focus. Reacting to every social ping, engaging in pointless gossip, or allowing others' demands to constantly dictate our schedule will undoubtedly sabotage our efforts. However, when approached consciously and virtuously, community and connection can become powerful supports for our focus and purpose, rather than hindrances. Shared understanding and encouragement. Connecting with others who are also striving to live intentionally, practice Stoic principles, or simply improve their focus can be incredibly validating and motivating. Knowing you're not alone in facing challenges, sharing strategies, and celebrating small victories can provide crucial encouragement to persevere when your own resolve falters. Learning and perspective. Others offer different viewpoints, experiences, and knowledge. Engaging in thoughtful conversation, applying wisdom and justice can broaden our understanding, challenge our assumptions, and provide insights we might miss on our own. Mentors and role models become invaluable guides. Opportunities for practice. Every interaction with another person is a real-time opportunity to practice Stoic virtues. Can I listen patiently? Temperance. Can I communicate honestly and kindly? Justice. Can I offer help where appropriate? Justice. Can I maintain my inner calm even if the other person is agitated? Wisdom. Courage. Can I set boundaries respectfully? Courage. Justice. Social life becomes a gymnasium for character development. Accountability handled wisely. Sharing our intentions or process goals, not necessarily outcome goals, with trusted, like-minded individuals can provide gentle accountability. This isn't about external pressure to perform, which can be counterproductive. It's about mutual support. Knowing someone else understands your commitment can strengthen your own resolve to follow through on your planned virtuous actions, like sticking to your focus blocks or completing your evening review. Learning from giants, the power of role models. The Stoics placed great value on learning from the examples of others, both living and dead. They constantly studied the lives and choices of figures they considered exemplars of virtue. People like Socrates, known for his unwavering commitment to truth and reason, even unto death. Cato the Younger, renowned for his incorruptible integrity in Roman politics, or their own teachers like Epictetus or Musonius Rufus. Marcus Aurelius filled his meditations with reflections on what he learned from specific people in his life, his tutors, his family members, his predecessor, Emperor Antoninus Pius. He actively used their examples to shape his own character. We can adopt this practice. Identify your role models. Who embodies the qualities you aspire to cultivate? Focus, resilience, wisdom, integrity, courage. They might be historical figures, contemporary leaders, authors, mentors, or even fictional characters. Study their lives and choices. Read biographies. Study their works. Analyze how they handled adversity and temptation. What principles guided them? How did they maintain focus on what mattered amidst challenges? Ask, what would role model do when facing a difficult decision, a setback, or a temptation to lose focus? Pause and ask yourself how one of your role models might handle the situation. This simple question can provide clarity, perspective, and inspiration to choose the more virtuous path. It leverages their wisdom as a guide for your own hegemonicon. Contemplating role models doesn't mean trying to be someone else. It means drawing strength and practical wisdom from those who have walked similar paths, using their example to illuminate your own journey towards virtue and focus, finding your fellowship, cultivating supportive connections. So how do we find these supportive, focus-enhancing connections in a world often geared towards superficiality and distraction? Deepen existing relationships. Look within your current circle. Are there friends, family members, or colleagues who genuinely support your growth and respect your need for focus? Invest intentionally in these relationships. Share your goals, perhaps focusing on the process and values involved, and appreciate their encouragement. Seek like-minded communities. Explore groups centered around shared values or interests related to Stoicism, personal development, focused work, or specific hobbies pursued with intention. Online forums, like subreddits dedicated to Stoicism, local meetup groups, philosophical discussion circles, or even book clubs can provide valuable fellowship. Exercise discernment, of course, seeking out communities focused on constructive discussion and mutual support. Find mentors, formal or informal. Is there someone whose focus, discipline, or character you admire? Consider reaching out. This doesn't always need to be a formal mentorship. Simply having occasional conversations, asking thoughtful questions, and observing their approach can be incredibly beneficial. Remember, learning from others is an act of wisdom. Be the friend you seek. As Seneca advised, the surest way to find a good friend is to be one. Approach your interactions with others intending to offer support, listen attentively, and act with integrity. Like attracts like, and demonstrating the qualities you value will often draw similar people into your orbit. Social interaction as Stoic practice. Ultimately, the key is to reframe social interaction itself. Instead of seeing every conversation or meeting as a potential drain on your focus, view it as an opportunity to actively practice the principles you're learning. Practice prosoke. Pay attention not just to what the other person is saying, but also to your own internal reactions. What judgments are you making? Are you listening fully or just waiting to speak? Are you feeling impatient or defensive? Noticing these internal states is the first step to managing them. Practice justice. Treat the other person with fairness, respect, and kindness, even if you disagree with them or find them challenging. Listen attentively. Speak honestly but considerately. Fulfill your social duties appropriately. Practice temperance. Avoid gossip, excessive complaining, or dominating the conversation. Practice moderation in your reactions. Know when to speak and when to remain silent. Practice wisdom. Seek to understand the other person's perspective. Offer thoughtful input if appropriate, but recognize the limits of your influence. Dichotomy of control. Discern when engagement is productive and when it's time to politely disengage. Practice courage. Don't shy away from necessary, difficult conversations. Set boundaries clearly and respectfully when needed to protect your time and focus. By approaching interactions as a training ground, you transform potential distractions into valuable exercises that strengthen your Stoic muscles and, paradoxically, enhance your overall ability to focus intentionally. A note of caution: choosing companions wisely. While embracing community, the Stoics also cautioned about the powerful influence, positive or negative, of our close associates. Epictetus warned, avoid fraternizing with non-philosophers. If you must, though, be careful not to sink to their level. Because if a companion is dirty, his friends cannot help but get a little dirty too, no matter how clean they started out. This isn't about arrogance or social snobbery. It's a pragmatic recognition that values and habits are contagious. Spending excessive time with people who are constantly negative, gossip-prone, undisciplined, or dismissive of your efforts to live intentionally will make your own journey harder. It doesn't mean cutting off all contact or being unkind. Remember cosmopolitanism. But it does mean being discerning about who you choose for close fellowship and whose opinions you give significant weight. Protect your inner citadel by being mindful of the influences you allow close access. Stronger together. The path to laser focus and virtuous living, while deeply personal and requiring immense inner work, is not meant to be walked entirely alone. Stoicism, at its heart, recognizes our profound interconnectedness. By embracing the concepts of oikesis and cosmopolitanism, learning from noble role models, cultivating supportive relationships with like-minded individuals, and viewing every social interaction as a chance to practice virtue, we find that community becomes not a hindrance, but a powerful source of strength, perspective, and encouragement. Finding fellowship on the path makes the journey less daunting and reinforces our commitment to staying the course, focused and resilient, together. Chapter 14. Living in Focus, Integrating Stoic Practices for a Lifetime. We've journeyed far together. We started by confronting the modern epidemic of distraction and finding hope in the ancient wisdom of Stoicism. We learned to distinguish what is within our control from what is not, understanding the power that lies in mastering our judgments, desires, and aversions. We explored techniques like premeditatio malorum to prepare for obstacles and prosoche to cultivate vigilant attention. We discovered the importance of defining a virtue-aligned purpose, managing our time intentionally, shaping our environment, reflecting through journaling, handling setbacks with resilience, and drawing strength from community. We now possess a comprehensive toolkit, a powerful set of principles and practices designed to help us cut through the noise, master distraction, and achieve our goals with clarity and calm. But knowledge alone is not enough. A toolbox gathering dust in the garage builds nothing. The ultimate aim isn't just to understand Stoic focus, but to live it. To weave these principles so deeply into the fabric of our daily existence that they become our default operating system. This chapter is about moving from learning techniques to embodying the philosophy, integrating these practices for a lifetime of focused, meaningful action. From techniques to habits, the path to embodiment. Reading about prosoche is different from consistently practicing mindful attention. Understanding the dichotomy of control intellectually is different from habitually applying it when frustration arises. Knowing the value of journaling is different from regularly engaging in self-reflection. The bridge between understanding and embodiment is habit. Our goal now is to transform these conscious Stoic practices into deeply ingrained habits, actions, and ways of thinking that become second nature, requiring less conscious effort over time. This doesn't happen overnight. As Aristotle, who influenced the Stoics, noted, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. How do we build these habits? Consistency over intensity. Aim for regular, even small, applications of the principles rather than sporadic, heroic efforts. 5 to 10 minutes of focused journaling every day is far more effective than a 2-hour session once a month. Consistently practicing the pause before reacting, even in small situations, builds the muscle more effectively than waiting for a major crisis. Start small. Don't try to implement every single technique perfectly from day one. Choose 1 or 2 key practices that resonate most strongly. Perhaps the evening review, or focusing on the dichotomy of control, and commit to practicing them consistently. As they become more habitual, gradually integrate others. Link to existing routines, habit stacking. Attach new Stoic practices to established parts of your day. Practice premeditatio malorum during your morning coffee. Do your evening review right before brushing your teeth. Link the practice of prosoke to routine activities like walking or washing dishes. This makes the new habit easier to remember and execute. Be patient. Building new neural pathways takes time and repetition. There will be days when you forget. Days when you slip up. Treat these not as failures, but as part of the learning process. Chapter 12. Simply acknowledge the slip and recommit to the practice tomorrow. The aim is for these practices to become less like items on a checklist and more like the lenses through which you view and interact with the world. Beyond the work desk, integrating across all life domains. A common mistake is to compartmentalize focus techniques, applying them only to work projects or specific goals. But Stoicism is a philosophy for living. Its principles are universally applicable, and their true power unfolds when integrated across all domains of life. In your work, this is often where we start, applying focus techniques to tasks, managing distractions, handling professional setbacks, interacting with colleagues virtuously, justice, temperance, courage, aligning work with a sense of purpose and contribution. In your relationships, family, friends, partners, this is a crucial, often challenging arena for practice. Apply prosoke. Truly listen to loved ones without simultaneously planning your response or checking your phone. Pay attention to their needs and your own reactions. Manage judgments. When conflicts arise, pause. Examine your judgments. Are you reacting to assumptions or objective reality? Are you applying the dichotomy of control, not trying to control their feelings or actions? Practice virtue. Communicate honestly, but kindly. Justice. Show patience and understanding. Temperance. Offer support. Justice. Face difficult conversations with courage. Set boundaries respectfully. Justice. Courage. Use amor fati. Accept loved ones for who they are, including their flaws, which are external to you. Embrace the challenges inherent in any close relationship as opportunities to practice love, patience, and wisdom. In your personal growth, apply Stoic discipline and focus to learning new skills, pursuing hobbies intentionally, or developing healthier habits. Use premeditatio malorum to anticipate obstacles in your fitness routine. Apply temperance to manage diet or screen time. Use journaling to track progress and learn from setbacks in developing a new skill. In your health and well-being, View taking care of your physical and mental health not just as desirable, but as a duty, aligned with temperance and wisdom. Apply focus to exercise, mindful eating, and sufficient rest. Use Stoic principles to handle illness or physical limitations with resilience and amor fati. Even in leisure and rest, intentionality extends to downtime. Are you choosing activities that genuinely restore and rejuvenate you, or simply defaulting to passive, numbing distractions? Practice temperance in consumption, food, drink, entertainment. Be fully present, prosoche, even during relaxation. When you start applying these principles consistently across the board, you realize they aren't just focus techniques. They are principles for living a more rational, resilient, virtuous, and ultimately more fulfilling life. The focus you cultivate at work strengthens your ability to be present with your family, and the resilience you build handling relationship challenges bolsters your ability to face professional setbacks. It's a holistic system. The unseen power, the compound effect of daily practice. Living stoically day in and day out might not always feel dramatic. You practice the pause. You challenge a negative judgment. You redirect your focus back to your task for the 10th time. You review your day honestly in your journal. These individual actions can seem small, almost insignificant, but just like drops of water carving stone or pennies compounding interest over time, these consistent, intentional actions, small acts of intentionality, focus, and virtue accumulate. The compound effect is where the true magic lies. Deepening focus. Your ability to concentrate becomes stronger, more resilient, less easily swayed by distractions. Increased resilience. You bounce back more quickly from setbacks, less rattled by unexpected events. Emotional equanimity. You experience fewer disruptive emotional highs and lows, maintaining a more stable inner calm. Improved decision-making. Your judgments become clearer, more rational, less clouded by emotion or faulty assumptions. Stronger relationships. You interact with others more thoughtfully, justly, and patiently. Enhanced character. You gradually embody the virtues you practice, becoming wiser, more courageous, more temperate, more just. Greater achievement. As a natural consequence of sustained focus, resilience, and virtuous action, you become far more effective at achieving goals that truly matter. This isn't about overnight transformation. It's about the quiet, steady power of consistent, daily practice building upon itself, leading to profound changes in capacity and character over months and years. Beware the siren call of perfectionism. As we strive to integrate these practices, a dangerous trap awaits: perfectionism. The desire to apply every principle flawlessly, to never lose focus, to never make a mistake, to always react virtuously. While striving for excellence is admirable, demanding perfection is unrealistic, counterproductive, and fundamentally unstoic. Perfection is an uncontrollable outcome. You control your effort to be focused and virtuous, but achieving a perfect, unbroken state is influenced by countless internal and external factors beyond your full control. Demanding it violates the dichotomy of control. It breeds anxiety and procrastination. The fear of falling short of an impossible standard can lead to crippling anxiety and procrastination. If I can't do it perfectly, I won't do it at all. It leads to harsh self-judgment. When the inevitable slip-up occurs, the perfectionist engages in harsh self-criticism, undermining resilience and making it harder to get back on track. This lacks the self-compassion necessary for learning. It rejects reality, amor fati. Perfectionism refuses to accept the messy, imperfect reality of human existence and the learning process. It fights against what is. Embrace progress, not perfection. The Stoic path is one of continuous effort and improvement, not flawless performance. Focus on progress. Are you slightly more aware today than yesterday? Did you handle that interruption a little better this time? Did you catch that negative judgment faster? Did you get back on track more quickly after losing focus? Celebrate effort and consistency. Acknowledge and appreciate your commitment to the practice itself. Regardless of the day's results, showing up consistently is a victory. View setbacks as learning opportunities. Remember Chapter 12. Slips are not signs of failure, but data points for learning and adjustment. Analyze them objectively, extract the lesson, and recommit to the practice. Practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same understanding and encouragement you would offer a friend learning a difficult skill. Be honest about shortcomings, but avoid destructive self-blame. Think of it like learning a musical instrument. No one expects to play perfectly from day one. Progress comes through countless hours of practice, hitting wrong notes, correcting mistakes, and gradually building skill and fluency. The journey towards Stoic focus and virtue is the same. It's a practice, not a performance. Living the focused life, integrating these Stoic principles, isn't about adding another layer of complexity to your life. It's about adopting a simpler, more coherent operating system, one based on reason, virtue, and acceptance of reality. It provides a framework for navigating challenges, making decisions, and directing your precious time and attention towards what truly matters. Sustaining this practice over a lifetime requires ongoing commitment, regular reflection, journaling, periodically reconnecting with your core purpose, seeking support from your community when needed, and above all, being patient and kind with yourself throughout the process. Remember why you embarked on this path, not just to achieve external goals faster, but to cultivate inner peace, resilience, and wisdom, to live a life of purpose and meaning, to achieve eudaimonia. This integrated, focused life isn't a distant destination to be reached. It's a way of traveling, moment by moment, day by day. By consistently weaving these threads of awareness, intentionality, resilience, and virtue into the fabric of your being, you don't just achieve focus, you become focused. You don't just do Stoicism, you live it. And that makes all the difference. Chapter 15. Beyond Goals, Eudaimonia, and the Focused Flourishing Life. We have reached the final chapter of our journey together into the world of Stoic focus. We began by acknowledging the overwhelming noise of modern life and the deep human yearning for clarity and control. We then delved into the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, unearthing powerful principles and practical tools, understanding what we control, mastering our judgments, taming destructive desires and aversions, preparing for adversity, cultivating vigilant attention, defining a virtuous purpose, managing our time with intention, shaping our environment, reflecting honestly through journaling, rising stronger from setbacks, and drawing strength from community. We learned how to integrate these practices, weaving them into the very fabric of our daily lives, striving for progress, not perfection. We now possess a robust framework for cutting through distraction and achieving our goals with remarkable effectiveness. The ability to apply laser focus, honed through Stoic discipline, is undoubtedly a superpower in today's world. It allows us to learn faster, produce higher quality work, solve complex problems, and make significant progress towards the objectives we set for ourselves. Achieving goals efficiently and effectively is a worthy and natural outcome of applying these principles. But is that the ultimate point? Is the end goal simply to become more productive, more successful in conventional terms, a more efficient achiever of external targets? The Stoics would offer a resounding no. While achieving external goals can be a preferred indifferent, a welcome byproduct of virtuous action, it is not the final destination. The true aim, the ultimate purpose behind all this practice and discipline is something far deeper, more stable, and more meaningful. Eudaimonia. Eudaimonia, the true North Star. Eudaimonia is a rich Greek concept, often translated simply as happiness, but this fails to capture its depth. It's not about the fleeting pleasure of getting what you want or the temporary euphoria of external success. It's not a mood or an emotion that comes and goes with changing circumstances. Eudaimonia signifies human flourishing. It's about living in accordance with our highest nature, our capacity for reason and virtue. It's about achieving excellence of character, fulfilling our potential as rational and social beings. It's a state of well-being, meaning, and inner peace derived from living a life of wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, regardless of external fortune. It is, in essence, the highest good, the ultimate goal towards which all Stoic practice is directed. Stoic focus, a pathway to flourishing. The laser focus we've been cultivating, therefore, is not merely a productivity tool. It is a vital component of and a crucial pathway towards eudaimonia. How do all the practices we've discussed contribute to this deeper state of flourishing? The dichotomy of control. By freeing us from anxiety about uncontrollable externals, it fosters tranquility, ataraxia, a state of inner calm and freedom from disturbance, which is a cornerstone of eudaimonia. Managing judgments. By training us to see reality clearly and avoid irrational interpretations, it prevents the emotional turmoil that disrupts peace and leads to poor choices. It cultivates rationality and wisdom. Taming desire aversion. By aligning our motivations with virtue, the only true good, and away from vice, the only true evil, It ensures our energy drives us towards actions that build character and contribute to a meaningful life, rather than chasing fleeting or harmful externals. Premeditatio malorum and amor fati. These practices build profound resilience. They allow us to face life's inevitable hardships not with despair or resistance, but with courage, acceptance, and a focus on virtuous response. This inner stability in the face of adversity is crucial for sustained well-being. Prosoki, attention. Vigilant attention enables us to live consciously and intentionally. It allows us to catch faulty judgments, resist harmful impulses, and make deliberate choices aligned with virtue in each moment. Without prosoki, virtuous living is impossible. Virtue-aligned purpose. Defining our purpose through the lens of virtue ensures our focused efforts are directed towards ends that are intrinsically meaningful and contribute to our character development, rather than potentially empty external achievements. Intentional time management. Valuing and directing our time towards virtuous action ensures our life energy is invested wisely, contributing to a sense of purpose and accomplishment aligned with our deepest values. Journaling and reflection. This practice fosters self-awareness and continuous improvement. It allows us to learn from experience, refine our understanding, and consciously guide our development towards greater wisdom and virtue. Handling setbacks stoically. Learning to view failures as opportunities for growth reinforces resilience and keeps us focused on the controllable aspect of effort and learning, preventing demoralization. Community and connection. Engaging virtuously with others fulfills our innate social nature, oikeosis, and provides opportunities to practice justice, kindness, and patience, strengthening our character and contributing to the common good. Environmental control. Shaping our surroundings supports our ability to act intentionally and practice virtue with less friction, making the path smoother. Seen through this lens, mastering focus the Stoic way is inseparable from the broader project of cultivating character and living a flourishing life. The focus isn't just on the task. It's focus as a manifestation of reason, discipline, temperance, and commitment to purpose. The flourishing life, a portrait. What does a life characterized by eudaimonia, supported by Stoic focus and practice, actually look like? It's crucial to understand it's not a utopian existence free from pain, difficulty, or loss. Those are inevitable parts of the human condition. Rather, it's a life lived with a distinct inner quality. Inner tranquility, ataraxia, a deep-seated calm and stability that remains largely unshaken by external events. Not apathy, but a freedom from irrational disturbance. Unshakable resilience, the capacity to face challenges, illness, loss, failure, criticism, with courage, acceptance, amor fati, and a focus on virtuous response, learning and growing from adversity, rather than being broken by it. Clear sense of purpose, living with the conviction that your life has meaning. derived from striving for virtue and contributing positively within your sphere of influence, Hierocles circles. Rational engagement, approaching situations with clarity and reason, making decisions based on sound judgment rather than reactive emotion or faulty assumptions. Stable joy, experiencing a profound contentment and satisfaction that comes from living excellently and in accordance with nature. This stoic joy, as Seneca described it, is deeper and more enduring than fleeting pleasures derived from externals. It's the quiet confidence of a well-ordered soul. Effortless effectiveness, apparent, while sustained effort is required. The person living in accordance with eudaimonia often appears to act with a certain grace and effectiveness. Because their inner world is coherent and their focus aligned with purpose, their actions flow more naturally towards meaningful goals. This is the promise of fully integrating Stoic principles, not just a sharper focus for productivity, but a lifelong, transformed way of being in the world. Navigating the noise, the focused life in practice. Let's return to where we started, the challenge of living with focus in our hyper-distracting modern world. Armed with the Stoic toolkit and oriented towards eudaimonia, the landscape looks different. The endless notifications, the lure of social media, the pressure to multitask, the anxieties fueled by the news cycle, these things don't disappear, but their power over us diminishes significantly. We apply the dichotomy of control. Is this notification truly within my control or serving my purpose right now? No. Let it go. We use prosoche. We notice the urge to scroll mindlessly, examine the underlying judgment or desire, and consciously redirect our attention. We practice intentionality. We schedule time for deep work and time for connection, using technology as a tool rather than letting it be our master. We filter information through wisdom. Does consuming this serve my understanding or merely agitate my mind? We handle interruptions with virtue, applying patience, justice, and courage in setting boundaries. We face digital anxieties with amor fati, accepting the nature of the modern world while focusing on our controllable responses. We learn to be in the distracting world but not of it. We can engage selectively, purposefully, maintaining our inner equilibrium and directing our focus towards what truly matters: our character, our contributions, our chosen path towards flourishing. We find the signal amidst the noise because we have trained ourselves to listen for it and have built the inner quiet needed to hear it. The lifelong journey, mastering focus the Stoic way, and ultimately achieving eudaimonia, is not a final destination you arrive at one day. It is a lifelong practice. What the Greeks called ascesis, a dedicated training of the self. There will always be new challenges, new distractions, moments of weakness, opportunities to learn and grow. Embrace this journey with the same principles you apply to daily tasks. Focus on progress, not perfection. Celebrate the small victories, the consistent effort. Be patient and kind to yourself. You are learning, growing. Treat yourself with understanding. Regularly review and recommit. Use your journal. Reflect on your path. Reconnect with your North Star. Seek fellowship. Draw strength from others on the path. Remember the goal. Keep eudaimonia, a life of flourishing through virtue, as your ultimate aim. The power of Stoicism lies not in offering easy answers or a life free from difficulty, but in providing a robust, time-tested framework for navigating that difficulty with wisdom, courage, and inner peace. By committing to these practices, by striving to live intentionally and virtuously, moment by moment, you unlock not only the ability to focus intensely and achieve your goals, but the far greater prize, a resilient, tranquil, purposeful, and truly flourishing life. Embrace the path. The focused, flourishing life awaits your deliberate steps.